There we go. Good old reliable Mooware has a stream. So we'll be going with Mooware, Withheld, Draconic Dawn, and Soapy Gnome. Couple of mystery regulars here. And a couple of talented racers to boot. Folks seem to be just about readying up here. Don't need any more Toho music. I think we'll go with...
talked about how the audio would not be, necessary to complete the game or anything, but you really do want to hear this game. It's got some great music.
It does. It has some excellent music. And another thing that I have shared in the chat with a couple of the racers, this game does actually have a couple of very minor bugs to the music, bugs that are so obscure that a casual player could play the entirety of the game and never notice any of them. But I have offered a patched ROM that several years after the game came out, like 25 years after the game came out actually, somebody discovered that a few of the tracks in the game are programmed incorrectly. And they fixed those errors to add a couple of corrected back beats to the melodies so that you can hear the music as the developers pretty much intended.
I've heard about something similar. I wonder if it's the same case where there's a -1 or something in there that's not supposed to be, and it throws off all of the bit values by 1.
Yeah, this one, it's one of the songs is too long. They've exceeded 255 bits for the background. And so it has a very long unintended pause in it. And another tune, it's got an incorrect offset to it. And as a result, one of the songs at the very end of the game, it has a background beat to it that you simply can't hear because it isn't programmed correctly.
Okay, so I guess it's a similar sort of problems, like I guess, in the sense that it's a programming glitch, but apparently there's like a fair number of NES games where there's like a -1 or an indexing from 0, indexing from 1 sort of error, and it's really unclear. Like the music sounds different when you fix it. Is it better? Is it worse? But definitely in the case of the Double Dribble guy on the title screen of Double Dribble.
Oh yeah,
a voice sample that goes Double Dribble, and it's kind of distorted. It's good for an NES, but if you fix those values, it actually sounds really good. So it's clear that like a programming mistake definitely happened.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. I saw that video where they corrected that. It's fascinating, all these things that years and years after they've happened, that people discover these tiny little errors that that just have gone undiscovered for so long, because they were so minor that the developers couldn't even notice that there was something wrong. All right, we're just waiting on a couple more racers to ready up. We've got quite a full selection of racers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 11 people joining this race here. That's quite a turnout. So I'm glad that we're going to see a lot of people experience what is one of my favorite games. I had this game as a child, and actually I was very bad at it. I loved this game, but I could not beat it without help.
Yeah, I totally get that. It was a long time before I could actually beat games as a kid. Like my gaming experience was on the NES, and I would pop a game in and die on level 1, and then pop it out, and then put another one in and die to a new level 1. And this game gets really hard. So absolutely I could see a kid being totally stumped.
All right, we've got one more racer about to ready up, and then we will kick off on this test of island courage, Startropics.
Yeah, you touched on the number of racers. Off stream, there's Anosep, Je me pense bon, Jula Ninja, Lost for Words, Peak Pals, Puffer King, and someone. So I'm glad. I'm glad so many people have come out to experience what was kind of it's, I don't know if it's called classic anymore. I feel like everyone knows about the good NES games at this point, but it's a real gem. While we wait for the one last person, which may be you.
No, it's Pika Pals. I double check that because I'm used to that being my issue.
I'll take a moment to double check what's going on in the Big 20 race room. That happened yesterday. 20 NES games, back to back to back to back. Startropics was one of the games for one of the earlier races, but FIDA PG52 has been going for over 24 hours now. I think they're on the final game, and I got to keep an eye on it as an SRL voice to make sure that race is still actually going. Looks like it is.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who join those races blind, and that's a little bit of a riskier action. All right, we've got Pika Pals has readied up, and our race will be starting in a few seconds here. Everybody has correctly started on the title screen with a registered name.
And they're off.
So I think maybe the best place to start here would be, if you wouldn't mind, give us a little bit of a summary of what it is we're looking at here. What does it mean when we're doing a blind segmented race, if you would?
Yeah, this is something pretty different. A blind race is normally, well, I don't know, it depends. If you set a goal, maybe that goal is beat the game, maybe that goal is to get this far in a game, and you just start playing. You've never played it before. Depending on what tournament or setting it is, maybe someone has provided you a piece of information in the form of a piece of text. So these players have that, and it gives them some helpful tips, like you should probably talk to every NPC in town in order to figure out how to progress, stuff like that. But you are playing the game for the first time, and you are trying to go as fast as you can. And so these two things are always kind of at odds with each other. You need to take time to explore and experiment and see how the game works while still trying to go as fast to actually beat the game. So there's all kinds of interesting decisions that need to be made. It tests all kinds of different skills, and it's one of my favorite things in all of speedrunning.
So what we've got today is the first part of what I think is going to be a 4-segment race. And I want to call attention to Soapy Gnome here real quick. This is one version difference. Soapy Gnome is playing on the, I believe, the NES Classic version. As a result, Soapy Gnome is given their first weapon. Their first weapon is a star, which, if you'll notice on some of the other streams, instead we're going to see them getting a yo-yo. So this is a very rare piece of sort of a change to this game, in that the later versions of the game did change the yo-yo to a island star because of a copyright in Canada. Yo-yo is a copyrighted name in Canada, and so as a result, Nintendo got kind of lazy, and in some of these ports that were going to be made available in Canada, they just decided, we'll just change all the versions and that'll be good. Alright, so our players are getting started here. This is a sort of a combination of an action and an adventure game. We started off here, the players are all here in the island of Sea Island in the village of Coral Cola, and they need to talk to all of the NPCs before the guard will allow them to progress. We see a couple of the players here having a little bit of difficulty. Soapy Gnome having to leave the town We saw Draconic Don step out of town. You do have to talk to almost all of the NPCs before the guard will allow you to pass through this cave that will take you to the first action segment of the game.
The action segments are often compared to The Legend of Zelda. They have this kind of top-down look to them. You're moving around on a grid. The movement, you're kind of locked to this grid in some ways. Your sprite is definitely clearly traveling from one square to the other, but it's even more easy to see in this game, I think, than in The Legend of Zelda that you're stuck on this grid. And I cannot say enough about how strange the movement is in this game. There is about an 8-frame startup before you go from a standstill to moving in a direction, and that includes whenever you turn. So there's this kind of slidey, shuffly feel to the movement, and it takes a kind of a long time to get used to. Even at the end of the game, I was still having trouble turning corners sometimes.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get used to. It lets you turn to attack enemies from different directions. However, it does make it difficult because you have to decide to move a little bit sooner than you really want to if an enemy is coming at you, because otherwise that delay makes it a lot difficult to get out of the way very quickly, especially later in the game when you have a lot of enemies coming at you. So be known.
The other thing we have is jumping from platform to platform. You can sort of jump over a one-tile gap, and there's a lot of jumping puzzles. You can see there's a lot of switches hidden on particular platforms, so you're going to spend a lot of time jumping on every square in a room for probably the whole game.
Yeah, this tiles we're going to see in every dungeon. This is probably the most significant part of the gameplay, is that you have lots of mazes built of these tiles over water, and you have to cautiously jump over them. And you get really used to this movement where you have to jump from one tile to the next. The game does have a lot of input buffering that you can do, though. That as you are jumping to a tile, you can input your next movement to the next tile. And you can move pretty optimally for the most part this way, by just making sure that you're always ready with your next jump on time.
You mentioned Soapy's name, and I'm guessing it's because you wanted to call out there's some NPC somewhere in town Soapy didn't talk to. They felt really inconsequential, but maybe that was just it. Now Soapy has finally got the guard to move and can join the rest of the players in the first dungeon.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 of these towns in today's goal. So it is really important that the players talk to all those NPCs, because if you miss one, you're not going to be allowed to move on. Although in some ways it's more fair. We've played some games where, like Chrysalis, where the goal is you have to talk to a very specific person in a particular order. This game, for the most part, is very simplistic. It's just talk to everybody and you're good to go.
Seems like a lot of players have wandered into this skull room, which I think is just a trap, basically. There are some enemies you have to fight in order to get out, and there is no meaningful reward here. This is the first of a couple rude things that this game will throw at you, and it definitely won't be the last. I was kind of surprised at how many of these gotchas there are.
Yeah, so this one, I think, there's a couple of these gotchas. Some of them are just unfair. I think this one is trying to call attention to the fact to the players that the doors that you see are not necessarily the doors that you need to go through. Because the 2 obvious doors are both fake, and the true door is the one that you reveal when you jump on all the switches. Draconic Don having a little bit of hesitation here with the treasure box. Sees the treasure box, tries to open it with the yo-yo, but no, you have to jump on the switches to open the treasure box.
Of course.
And that gets them the first of many sub-weapons that they're going to find in this game. This is some fire, which they can select, and they can throw that at enemies. It has a little bit more range than their yo-yo, and I think it might be slightly stronger. But that is a weapon that actually only exists in this one dungeon. We're never going to see this sub-weapon ever again. which is another interesting little detail about this game, that it has a lot of unique things. There's a lot of these dungeons we're going to go through that we're going to find items that don't appear anywhere else, and a lot of enemies that only appear in one dungeon or one chapter.
Looks like all the players visited those various side rooms in varying orders, but I think they all fell for both doors, so they've all kind of synced up now, heading into sort of the back, I think maybe third of the dungeon, getting close to the end.
So we see Muware here is in this treasure room here. The treasure room has a potion here. They can drink a potion, and that will restore 5 of their hearts. Muware not jumping on the tiles. He does a little bit of a circuit here and decides that he's done with it. That's good and bad. That's good because he's going to avoid a trap, although it is bad because there was an opportunity there to get a second potion. Looks like Withheld is also going to take the potion and go. Draconic Dawn also finding the potion room.
Now, is this the potion room? Has
Yes.
Another room? Okay, yeah. So we'll see if anyone finds the first room first of all. Okay.
Dawn is jumping.
Draconic Dawn looking around for it. Meanwhile, a boss fight for Soapy.
Yeah, we're going to see quite a few boss fights in this game.
Now, I'm not sure if I'm ahead or behind it, so I'll let you comment on Draconic Dawn.
Yeah, so Draconic Dawn here is jumping on the tiles. Oh, found another switch here. Draconic Dawn is going to jump on the switch, and it's going to head through this door, and the surprise, it's an instant death trap.
I think they're trying to teach you, like, hey, don't be greedy, man. Come on, we gave you 2 whole potions. What are you doing? But that's still really mean. It's not earmarked at all. There's no skull or like bones or anything to let you know that that's waiting for you on the screen transition.
Yeah, it is. There's exactly 2 spots like that in the game that you're going to find. Both of them appear in this goal, so thankfully that's something we're not going to deal with. Ooh, Soapy Gnome making a poorly judged jump there, just jumps in the water and takes a death. And we've got Muware has defeated the first boss, and Withheld is just behind. Both of these players have defeated the first boss. They are going to escape the dungeon, and they are going to clear the first chapter of the game. So some people might be familiar with this game from some previous goals that we've seen in Mystery Tournament. We've played chapters 1 and 2 before. There's been a number of speedruns. This has appeared at GDQ a couple of times. It is possible to skip the first boss. It is the only boss in the game that you can skip. If you eat a fireball on purpose and then jump through the boss during your invincibility frames, you can simply walk past the boss and skip the fight.
The second boss that they're going to be fighting also has a strategy that, I don't know, might not be immediately obvious, but I could totally see someone figuring it out. That would really, really help with that fight.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, the second fight is very easy. One of the easiest fights in the game. And so 2 of our players, Muware and Withheld, they received the code from Dr. Jones' assistant, Babu. That code is 1492, a number that might seem familiar to some of you folks. That is the year that Columbus departed on his ever-so-famous journey that wound up having him discover the islands of the United States. This game is a very unusual title. It was developed by Nintendo of Japan. However, it was developed exclusively for an American market. This game was never released in Japan. There exists no Japanese translation of it. This game is only in English language, which is very strange. That Nintendo wanted to create an adventure with a different feel for it that they thought might be entertaining for North American audiences. So that's why they've gone with more of a modern sort of a modern setting for this, putting it in the islands in the 1990s, and not going with the sort of fantasy theme that is popular in Japan with games like The Legend of Zelda.
Draconic Dawn finishing off the boss. Yeah, the game itself is like, it's kind of steeped in American culture in a lot of ways, right? It's pretty often that some aspect of Japanese folklore or something will make its way into a video game. If you've ever seen like an umbrella with an eyeball jumping around, that's like a Japanese folklore monster, right? And it's pretty strange to see a game where like here's a high school pitcher whose whole thing is fighting with a yo-yo, and there's all these American dates and references to American history. It's really unique in that way.
So we've got Draconic Dawn has also finished the first dungeon. Soapy Gnome is making their way through. They're almost to the boss. So now we have our first sort of a puzzle here, Withheld and Draconic Dawn, trying to figure out how do you get to this bottle that's on the beach. And it looks like Withheld is the first one to find that out. So Withheld was a little bit behind, but now Withheld has pulled ahead of Muir. Muir is still looking for how do you reach the beach. So when we do these blind races, we don't throw the players in with no guidance at all. We do provide them a little bit of help for some of the obscure mechanics that they might encounter. And we usually do that through a pace spin. And if you'd like to see the pace spin that the players were given before the race, you can type in !pace spin into the chat, and that'll give you a copy of the very same document that the players are referencing. One of the hints we did give to the players here is that there are a lot of hidden passages, and we're going to see those as we move through the game here. In order to collect this bottle, they do have to pass through the mountains. And so Withheld,
this is the first sort of introduction to the fact that this game is it's got secrets. It's going to ask you to push on, strange-looking walls, or attack strange-looking walls. Poke and prod, see what's going on.
So with that, Withheld moving into the second dungeon, the only dungeon in Chapter 2, where they have been drafted by a mother dolphin who is looking for her child. Her child has apparently been kidnapped somewhere in the island and just conveniently is in the only cave on the island. So our players are going to go in there and see if they can rescue that child. So another thing to note here, we saw Withheld pick up a heart container on the overworld, and that has increased their health by 1 heart. If you check out Soapy's stream, you'll notice that they started Chapter 1 with only 3 hearts. But you can see here, Muir and Draconic Dawn, they both have 5 hearts already. This game has a little bit of an unusual setup. If you played games like The Legend of Zelda, you collect those heart containers, and the game meticulously keeps track of how many hearts you've picked up. And so part of the game is finding all of those secrets and accumulating them. This game is actually pretty generous in that the game doesn't really keep track of your health from chapter to chapter. Every chapter hard codes how many hearts that you get to start with. And as a consequence, that means that the players will always be able to count upon having the correct number of hearts. Something we see in some of these segmented races is players will take their time on an earlier goal, and they'll find items that will give them an advantage in later goals. That's not something we're going to see in this race at all. The players are never going to be more than 1 heart away from each other as a consequence of always getting those heart container pickups for free when they complete a chapter, whether or not they found them on their own.
Oh no, Soapy didn't quite make it happen against the boss, so it's going to game over and find out that that is going to send you all the way back to the start of the dungeon, so falling quite a ways behind the other players.
Yeah, this is a very challenging game. I'd say this is probably one of the more challenging blind games we've done even. These first few chapters are not going to be too shabby. I think all the players will be able to get through this goal pretty efficiently. But a few of the later goals are actually quite challenging. The players will have to fight some difficult boss enemies, navigate some fairly lengthy and maze-like dungeons, and we're going to absolutely see every player on this restreamed game over several times as they play through. So there's a lot of opportunities here for players to learn from each playthrough, discover where the hidden treasures are that will give them an advantage. For example, we saw that room in the first dungeon where the players collected those potions. Finding rooms like that and remembering where they are is going to be a big deal, because later in the goals we're going to see a lot of hidden treasure rooms that contain very valuable items, and if the players don't find those, they're going to be at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, we saw Withheld died, unfortunately. Tried to pull out the baseball bat against an enemy, and it's got a pretty long wind-up animation, so the enemy closed the distance before it was able to swing. But when she went back to the start of the dungeon, she had 3 health. So it does that regardless of how many heart containers you have. So it's less of a problem early on, but in some of the later segments, you're gonna have like 14 missing hearts, and it's difficult to recover from that. So sometimes the game helps you out with a couple early hearts here and there, but often finding those secrets as a way to kind of recover and sort of get back on track is really important, especially because eventually you get an attack upgrade that is tied to how many hearts you have. So there's this almost kind of snowball effect going on.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenging game where you benefit a lot by avoiding hits early on, gives you an advantage later on. We're also finding a lot of these different weapons and items. It is important for the players to use these as they find them. You can't carry your items between dungeons and even between lives. If you take a death, you do lose any items that you have collected. So this is not a game to be stingy on. If you find something useful, make use of it before you die. Otherwise, you will wind up just wasting your time and losing those items. Whereas, you play The Legend of Zelda, and who cares? You've got a whole inventory full of stuff. You want to, hang on for it for a difficult boss fight. No, this one, every boss fight is your difficult boss fight. Use it or lose it.
Withheld is trying to baseball bat this pufferfish, and I can't tell if her plan is to batter up, knock one of these projectiles back into it or something. I love the idea. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. The bat is a pretty difficult weapon to use. It hits all around you in a 360 degree, which is nice, but again, there's that wind up, and it doesn't have the range of the yo-yo. So especially against these octopus enemies, the yo-yo definitely the thing you want to be using.
Yeah, so another little detail here is that you can jump in this game, but the game really doesn't track height of anything. So if you jump, anything will pass under you, enemies will pass under you, bullets will jump under you, which is really important because that means that jumping between tiles is a really great way to avoid a lot of enemy attacks. Also, if you jump into the air and you attack, your yo-yo will still hit the ground. So you can jump, and even though enemies can't hit you, you can hit enemies, which is just another big advantage.
There is a pretty big disadvantage to jumping. Jumping from tile to tile is great because you're also moving, putting yourself in a better position. Jumping otherwise, just standing still, you can't jump while moving unless you're jumping from a tile to a tile. So sometimes you're trying to get away, you want to be safe, you go into the air, but you're stuck straight up and you come right back down into the same danger you were trying to get away from. So it's a little bit more limited on land. Still a great tool that the players are going to have to learn how to use, though.
Alright, so we see Muir has made it to the first boss. Right before you enter the boss room, you discover the missing dolphin that you've been looking for. Of course, you had to use a translator in order to understand the mother dolphin, but apparently the baby dolphin speaks fluent English and just asks for help. So that's convenient. That helps out a lot.
Yeah, well, sometimes your parents, immigrate over to a new place, and then, the kids sort of grow up in that environment and then they pick up the language. So I guess the dolphins been hanging out on the beaches, learning from the nearby humans. It makes sense in the lore if you think about it.
Ooh, Soapy is right up in the face of this boss. Oh, got a lot of hits though. The boss has two different possible patterns. It'll either open its mouth and spit out a pair of fireballs, or it just opens its mouth and just invites you to just wail on it as hard as you can. Taking advantage of those periods where the boss isn't fighting back, that's where you get all of your hits in place.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about attacking in this game. You obviously can't be attacking while your yo-yo is sort of already out. So there's a rhythm to how often you can attack. And that rhythm is different if your yo-yo is actually hitting something before the end of its max range. So if you're really close to something, the yo-yo hits immediately, you can attack again almost immediately. And that can, it's super important. You can sort of stun lock enemies, like this octopus, for example, that Withheld is having trouble with. Well, you can't actually stop him with your hits, but there's a lot of enemies who freeze a little bit. So it is important to figure out what your attack rhythm is. And that rhythm is still important for this octopus for getting as many hits in as possible while it's close.
Now, you had talked before about the secret to fighting this octopus.
Yeah, I don't know if Withheld has it, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a couple players pick it up. There is a snowman in the dungeon, and it's really unclear when you pick it up what it does. It doesn't appear in your inventory immediately, but if you pause the game and I think press select, you reveal another menu with sort of one-time or multi-time use special items, and the snowman in this case will freeze this room and anything in it. So if you freeze the octopus when it's close, you can just wail on it for several seconds. If you are perfect with your mashing, I mean like speedrun practice perfect, you can actually one cycle this octopus. But the snowman has two uses, so even for our players, it should be a pretty easy kill if they can, find it, figure out how it works, and think to use it in this room. Kind of a big ask, but maybe someone can pull it off.
Yeah, so it seems like I think our players have been struggling with understanding the magic item menu. That is one of the things I put in the paste bin because it's a very obscure thing that you pick up the snowman, you think, where did it go? What is it? That you have a magical item menu you're going to fill it with a lot of things that they're going to need for finishing the game. And not using those potions, not using those snowmen, that's going to make this game a lot more difficult.
And frankly, it's arguably too difficult even when you do know those things. So, yeah, it's. I really hope for everyone. Oh no, without actually jumping into the water at the start, just a couple of missed inputs, unfortunately. Also note that was a game over, that last attempt at the octopus, so is actually all the way back at the start of the dungeon. Everyone's still pretty early on. I can see Mooware has found I believe that was a secret potion room. Yeah, it has one potion.
Yeah, it's actually sort of not a secret room. The way this dungeon is configured, you enter this room with the starfish, and there's a secret passage to the right. That's where you find the snowman. That's actually the only way to progress through the dungeon, is you have to go right. You find the potion room if you don't find the secret passage. Here we go. Mooware is trying to find the snowman, pauses, but doesn't quite get it.
Mm-hmm. And that was also a game over. Whenever you see the lady here with the croissant, which is not, it's her pinky and her thumb laid out in a particular way, but it's the croissant of doom. That is the game over screen, and that's when you're going to go back to the start of the dungeon. You're still only going to get 3 hearts, so you're going to have to play from this sort of half health situation. Assuming you got one of the hearts on the way here, you will be up to 6, and it can be tough. Your first attempt at a dungeon is sometimes your best for a while because you come in with a lot of resources.
Oop, where falls for the sinking tile, we're going to see a lot of those in this game. So you're going to have to get used to jumping on those with the correct rhythm.
They're fairly generous. I feel like they'll still kind of let you land and jump off of them on some of the frames where they're actually disappearing. They're there most of the time. You know, if I don't know what the ratio is, but they're there more often than they're not. But I don't know. This game's hard enough. The controls are always a little bit sort of off-putting, a little bit tough to get used to. So even stuff like that can prove to be a challenge, especially when layered on with all kinds of other things like enemies chasing you, projectiles coming at you.
So I think one thing Withheld is missing here, Withheld is having some difficulty with these octopuses, octopusi or whatever you call them, is that when you're jumping, you still hit the ground. So there is never a bad time to aim and attack an enemy, and in fact the best time to attack an enemy is as soon as you jump, because you're still going to be attacking the ground even though you're in the air and the enemy can't hit you. That's a mechanic that did get changed in the sequel. This game did receive a sequel for the NES, another game that was only released in the United States, North America. That game actually has levels where enemies can be up in the ground, up in the air, or on the ground, and that one is a little more difficult in some ways because if enemies are short, you can actually jump over them and aim over their heads and miss them completely. So that is one element of this game that's actually more generous than the sequel.
Another great part about attacking while jumping is that you can kind of, jump to the right and then aim up and be attacking up in between your little movements over to the right. So there are some clever ways to sort of find attack angles on enemies if you are willing to do some D-pad moves while you are jumping from tile to tile.
Oh, and here we go. We've got a clear here for Soapy Gnome. Soapy Gnome tanking that boss like a champ, gets the clear, and defeats the first boss after a couple of difficult fights. So that is a good job for Soapy Gnome. Successfully defeating a challenging boss, and it's going to be moving on to the second chapter. We're only 30 minutes in, so it's not a bad pace, especially because the later dungeons in this goal are going to still be pretty short.
Also, I think Soapy's probably dialed in on that rhythm you need for sort of optimum offense in a way that probably the other players haven't with their more cautious play. So that can be a really big effective tool in some spots and might actually help Somi make up some of this ground.
Yeah, they also have the advantage. They did use a potion to get through that fight, which is good because knowing how to use those magic items and being willing to use those magic items, that's a big advantage. And that's an advantage that if Withheld and Muware were to use, they would be able to defeat this boss, I think, pretty effortlessly.
Yeah, I saw Withheld very briefly pause and then go, so yes, there it is. Now let's see if she really knows how to make use of it. Oh, yes, beautiful. Look at this damage.
All right, so this is going to be, I think this is going to be a pretty easy clear here. Oh, they used another snowman. That's the way to do it.
That's a kill.
There we go. So that is Withheld clearing Dungeon 2. This is Chapter 2. Halfway through the goal now, so they need to complete 2 more dungeons to finish the game. This goal is slightly confusing because we are going to be playing part of a goal here, or part of a chapter. The rest of the goals will be a lot easier for the players to understand because we're just going to be stopping at the end of chapters where it's very clear where you are. We're going to be playing 2 of the dungeons in Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is very abnormal in that it contains a whopping 5 dungeons to complete. This game contains 13 dungeons total. Over a third of the dungeons in the game are in Chapter 3 by itself.
Okay, so Draconic Dawn found the snowman, used both of them, but unfortunately was attacking with the baseball bat, which with the windup is just not very good DPS, so needs a little bit more and finds it. Nicely done.
There we go. Draconic Dawn getting the clear on, I think he's Octo the Huge is his official name in the manual. And with that means that Draconic Dawn has pulled ahead of Muware here. Muware and Draconic Dawn, neither of which is a slouch at blind racing. They're both regulars in our weekly blinds, in our various tournaments and so forth. So no surprise whatsoever. Either of these players could be the one to come out on top because they are very skilled players. But of course, Withheld is still ahead. Withheld having defeated Octo the Huge and has already moved on to Chapter 3. Chapter 3 starts off with our submarine has been wrecked in the reef after a big storm. And so we have no choice but to abandon it and go on foot to explore this mysterious new island that we have discovered. Excuse me.
There's a couple of NPCs around who will refill your health, which is it's good. Sometimes if you game over, it plops you back at the start of a dungeon with 3 hearts, and it can be really good to just leave, go talk to the milk guy, and get up to full before giving the dungeon another try. So definitely good to keep note of where those NPCs are.
So Draconic Dawn bids farewell to the dolphins, the mother dolphin and her child. We'll keep them in our mind as just one of the many people that Mike Jones rescues during his various adventures here through the islands. Alright, so Muware understands what's going on, hits the snowman, and is just going to wail on the Octo the Huge. I think at this point he's got the most difficult part of this over with. So this should be fairly routine finish to the fight with that second snowman.
There it is. All 3 players so far figuring this out. So maybe they're better than I gave them credit for, or this is kind of an easier thing to figure out than I thought it was. Or they're all in a voice chat with each other, so maybe they're just going ahead and sharing a bit of information among themselves. I'm not sure, but very cool that everyone's got this snowman kill.
So Soapy Gnome is exploring the islands of Chapter 2 here, discovering the secret passages that you can use to get between the different what would you call these? Are these bays? I guess these kind of be lakes of this island.
I mean, I think it's probably still seawater, so probably not lake. Yeah, bay. Let's call it a bay.
So Soapy Gnome finding those passages between those different, those little bays in this island, which is good, because this is a point where they can get confused. Withheld stepping out in between 2 snakes. What was the term we used for this? The snake jump, I think, was the term you like to use.
Yeah, they perfectly crisscross underneath you, and they go fast enough that your jump will last long enough to let them pass under you safely. And the game's going to ask you to do this in a couple different places, so getting comfortable with that timing is going to be beneficial.
So it's Soapy Gnome's turn to try to find the hidden passage to reach the bottle. Here we go. I think they might see it. There we go. Soapy Gnome finds the secret passage that gets them to the bottle. In it, they find a note from their uncle. It says he's captured by evil aliens. Use code 1776. 1776, yet another significant year. That is the year that the United States declared independence from the crown in England. So once again, another little nod to the fact that this game was designed specifically for a North American audience.
Yeah, both Withheld and Draconic Dawn have got this sort of bola weapon, which is a really great tool. It goes all the way across the screen when you throw it. It's a little bit limited in the sense that I'm pretty sure you can only attack once, so while it's on screen you can't do it again. And also it's limited. You can see Withheld is already down to 20 of them. It's going to pick up another one maybe, but didn't get the snake jump actually, so it's going to go back and going to lose all of those bolas actually.
Yeah, I think what kind of throws you off is that the fact that you can only jump in place maybe misleads you into thinking that if you're not jumping on a tile, your jump is worthless. But it is incredibly helpful, sometimes jumping over enemy projectiles, and especially jumping over enemies that move very quickly. That's something that the players are going to definitely be using a lot later in this series of races. Not so much in today's goal, but definitely later on they're going to encounter enemies that are very deliberately intended for you to jump over them repeatedly to avoid damage.
These hopping monkeys are basically the same as the octopuses from the previous dungeon. They take 2 hits and they hop around. They will jump over squares. But there's something about them is tricky. I guess maybe it's this room that you're fighting them in, where one of the scariest places to be in Startropics is to have an enemy who is a little bit horizontal and a little bit vertical, just on a diagonal very close to you. Because they can do that zigzag and get in on you pretty quick, and you can't on them. If you turn, if you make one tile, there's a little bit of a wait before you can move the other tile. So I never feel more vulnerable than when an enemy is close to me and diagonally from me, because then I can't hit them with my yo-yo. So trying to get kind of squared up with these monkeys on these platforms is sort of teaching you to approach from these orthogonal directions, I suppose.
Yeah, I think early on you encounter a lot of enemies. For example, we see Muware here is fighting these absolutely nightmarish, like chicken zombie creatures. The chicken zombies, they see you on a straight line and they just beeline for you. These are simple AI enemies, but I'm convinced later on in some of the other chapters, the enemies very deliberately try to get one tile offset to you to approach you for precisely the reason you've explained. That they realize that that's the one angle that you're just not capable of fighting back against them.
We've got a dark room here, and both players have wisely chosen not to jump anywhere and just kind of walked around. Though, if you do jump on some of these tiles, I'm pretty sure one of them will kind of turn the lights on. So,
yes,
yeah, it's that was not the one, unfortunately. It was the other side of the screen that Muware is on. Let's see if they can find it in the dark.
Meanwhile,
if you miss, you will jump into the water. Okay.
Meanwhile, we see Draconic Dawn climb the staircase in the other room. That was a trap that takes you out of the dungeon, and unfortunately, that means you got to start all over.
Startropics.
This is another cruel trick that we will see in today's goal, and it will show up again in next week's goal. And there we go. So Muware choosing the correct direction to get out means that Muware cleared the dungeon and moved on to the next segment, whereas Draconic Dawn is going to have to redo it. And it looks like Withheld almost falls for the trick.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, what did you think was gonna happen? Like, well, I guess it depends. You're trying to pop up in a hole later on. You've kind of moved vertically. Yeah, it's reasonable to expect that stair to take you where you want to go. But later on, like, your goal is to go down somewhere, right? You're not trying to go up. So when you take a staircase up at that point, it is at least just a tiny bit on you.
Alright, looks like Withheld also has avoided the trick, and Withheld is going to pull out ahead of Draconic Dawn again, but is now a little bit behind Muware as they move on. So we see Muware is in a new town. This is the town of Miracola, where we discover that this town has a problem, that after the night of the shooting stars, where allegedly all the monsters started to appear, the chief's daughter fell asleep and hasn't awoken. And so we need to talk to all of the NPCs again, because once again there's a surly guard who is going to ignore you unless you talk to every NPC in this entire town.
Including the lady who asks you which of two women you prefer. Yeah, here. You met Miss Coral, which of us is best, Coral or Mira? And if you say Coral, she's unhappy, and you actually don't get the trigger for having correctly talked to her. So it's a good thing that Withheld talked to her a second time. Yeah, just a little gotcha that players hopefully aren't gonna get got by.
All right, we see Soapy Gnome is still fighting their way through Octo the Huge's tunnel here. These starfish are simple enemies because all they do is they just move at diagonals, but they're very fast, and it's really tricky you have to judge what angle they're going to be on so that you can get that hit. Oops, Soapy having some trouble with these octopus too.
Spent half that room inside the hitbox of one octopus or another, unfortunately. The starfish, they're not the only enemy that just moves diagonally in this game, and all of them are tricky for me. I don't know if it's because your sprite is so tall that I have difficulty placing myself mentally in this square, and then, them on that square moving on this diagonal, and am I safe or not? I was never able to do it fast enough because they just move so dang fast. So I was constantly getting caught by these diagonal moving enemies.
All right, then Muir identifying that he does need to visit Bananette before he leaves town. And so here we have this significant encounter here. The woman tending Bananette says that she's been sleeping for so long, and Bananette just has some Z's, and there we go. That was the critical encounter that if we don't hit that flag, we're not allowed to leave town and reach the next dungeon.
Done on some disappearing platforms is going to be able to pick up all of the hearts and heal up to full, and then I think this is a checkpoint too, so you might think, oh, I hit that checkpoint at full health, that's great. If I die, I'll continue at full health. No, it will still knock you down to half, unfortunately. So even when you get that checkpoint, you'd really rather not use it. You'd rather just make it happen with your full health.
No, there's never an there's never a scenario in this game where you'll want to almost never a scenario where you want to take an intentional death. So Muir enters the next dungeon, and once again, it's snake jumps. It's trying to beat that into your head that if you've got enemies around you, you can jump over them.
No bolas to fight the horrifying skill ostriches or whatever they are, and they have a tendency to stack up on each other, and when they do, they become really hard to deal with. It's really not so easy to land a hit on them as they approach, especially when there's two of them, because you're going to hit and stun one of them, but the other's going to keep moving, and you're going to be stuck in place while your yo-yo is traveling. And then there's that startup before you could actually start moving, so they're going to close even more distance during that. So even just getting a single hit on them when they're stacked up is really difficult, let alone the 8 hits necessary to defeat both of them. But that's how you do it.
There we go. So Muir picking up on that. Now this dungeon is also unusual in that it's got kind of a clever mechanic here where it's it'll try to teach you something, and we'll see that shortly. So first we see Withheld is in this dark room. This room you can't see what's going on later, so the only way to know where you're going is you do have to watch these enemies moving and use that as your hint to figure out where there could possibly be a safe place to stand. So it's good Withheld figured that out. Also picks up on the fact that you don't actually have to kill all these enemies.
Oh no.
Wasn't paying close enough attention to the octopus. Oh, here we go.
So well, there was a jump she threw out that I'm pretty sure she did not know for sure had land on it. It was behind where the snake was and never saw it move onto that square. But she was able to safely jump up to it, and it's exactly the square you want to be on to progress. So I thought she was going to get really lucky and just get through that room perfectly, but unfortunately it was basically the last blind jump that got her.
Oh, here we go. Withheld doing a great job here, clearing all of those snakes. He's watching this octopus closely, so knows where these tiles are. Does Withheld discover the secret? No. You can actually jump down from that tile, and there's a hidden room with a potion.
I think I got that one. Oh no, all of the enemies are just diagonally coming right for the tile that she's standing on, unfortunately, so down to 1 heart. Meanwhile, boss fight for Soapy Gnome with a half heart left, and I don't know if we've seen them open that menu, so we'll see if the snowman's secrets have been revealed to Soapy.
Oh, nope.
Perhaps not.
They take an ink pellet, and that's going to kill them, but thankfully they've got a couple of lives, so they can start again from the checkpoint. They're also very wisely ignoring enemies in these rooms. There's a temptation, I think, to just kill every enemy you encounter. But there's a lot of parts in this game where it's really just not worth your time. Enemies have an extremely low drop rate for different items, to the point where it's really just not worth your time killing enemies unless you have... Unless you're in a very specific situation where you know it's safer to kill the enemies than it is to try to run past them.
Yeah, you got to be really comfortable at combat in order to be sure that you're gonna not take any hits, in order to kind of get enough health from drops to actually be getting a net gain. And if you're that good, then you probably don't even need the health. You could probably just play the game and be totally fine. So learning which enemies are necessary to kill and which are not is going to be important. There's the snowman for Soapy, so we might be looking at a boss kill despite the 1 heart that they have left. Oh, it's going to have to dodge for another cycle.
Oh! They do have another life, and they understand how the snowman works, so I think that they're going to be able to clear this on their next attempt.
Withheld a little bit behind the moving platforms, and unfortunately falls in at the very end.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where you really are going to have to start buffering your jumps. We're also going to see some tiles that sync automatically when you jump on them, and it's really important that you buffer those jumps, otherwise you're going to just be a little bit too slow. But that is an advantage for the speed run of this game, in that basically you can buffer every single input, so a lot of the motion is just, it's completely optimal every time.
Yeah, even as I was playing through blind, there were, every now and then I would be like, I'm pretty sure I just did that room perfectly. Like, I'm pretty sure no one could have done that room better than I just did. Ooh, here's the secret room being discovered by Withheld now. Nice heads up play.
And so, to the point you made earlier about having very low health in a lot of these dungeons when you start, it gets really important for precisely that reason, because a lot of times the ways that you're supposed to refill your health is exactly because you are going to be finding those hidden rooms that have potions or hearts in them that they expect you to have.
So here comes Muware in sort of the final leg of the dungeon. Finds a sign, is going to pick it up, gets +2 lives. It will randomly spin and give you 2 lives or 1 life, or actually take 1 away sometimes, I believe.
Yes.
It's a pretty strange thing, but it more often than not comes up positive, so I think it's a good idea for players to pick it up. Quickly finds the stopwatch too. That is going to freeze all the enemies slow down all the enemies in the room, which is nice because they're kind of tough to pin down.
Yeah, the stopwatch is a very confusing item in that it's a temporary effect, as soon as you pick it up, as opposed to most items, which you pick them up and you use them. And this room is kind of configured in a confusing way in that there's a good chance that you'll just kill all of the enemies first and then find the stopwatch second, at which point you really won't understand what it is you just picked up or why.
That is definitely what happened to me. I got a clue from my chat where they were like, oh, he's so good he doesn't even need the stopwatch. And I was like, wait a minute. I thought I have the stopwatch, and then I checked my magic menu and it wasn't there.
All right, let's watch Muware. Let's watch Muware here. Always left does not pay off.
There's no clue. Put a skull in the water or some bones or something, right? Put just something that an observant player can see and make use of, please.
Muware is very unimpressed. Very unimpressed.
Yeah, this is the hardest part of the goal, for sure. And it's really tough because this is their first shot, so they came in with more health than they're gonna have when they start from the checkpoint. I definitely had this opening section down basically like perfect. I knew exactly where to go in every room. I had a plan for every room just because I had to do it so many dang times.
The good news is that is the last time in the game where we will see one of those blind transitions into a pit. There is another point in the part of the game where there is a transition that kills you. However, that one is structured in such a way that you do always get to see the transition before you make it. So the only way you fall for that is if you don't pay attention to the previous screen.
Withheld gets a glimpse of the boss, but with 1 health, and the way this boss works in particular, dies very quickly. Unsurprising to me. This boss is extremely difficult. The screen is filled with 2 different kinds of projectiles. Well, I don't know, if they're calling one of them a projectile is a bit misleading. They're 2 fires, just flames, just patrolling around the room in a sort of figure 8-like pattern, and it's very rare that you have any kind of reliable, safe place to be in the room. So let's take a look at it now with Muware at 1 health. How long can they stay alive, and how much can they figure out about what to do about this boss?
Muware disappointed to realize that the potion they had picked up earlier is gone. They lost that when they jumped into the lava. So unfortunately, that is a game over, and they are going to have to redo that dungeon from the beginning. So there's different kinds of ways that you have these games where you get game overs. Some games are just you take a game over and, well, that's too bad. You hope that you know better next time. This one is a little bit more fairly structured, in my opinion, in that because you can collect a lot of useful items, you can collect weapons, you can collect healing potions and things like that. There's a good chance that on your next playthrough you can do better incrementally, and so when you reach that later part of the dungeon, you have more health, you have more resources available to you, and that gives you more opportunities to explore the last part of the dungeon and learn from it. So that's a really useful thing here, that the players can incrementally get better and see that on their later playthroughs.
We're seeing it now from Withheld, actually. She made it here with 4 hearts instead of 1, and has jumped around and found a switch. Now, I think it's pretty reasonable to expect that switch is going to interact with these little baubles on the map. They're unique. They don't appear anywhere else. You've never seen them before, so there's a reason to suspect they're connected with the boss. And they are. It's maybe a bit premature to say that Withheld knows exactly what's going on with this boss, but it definitely has at least an inkling of what's going on.
Oop, we're a little bit slow there getting that first jump.
Yeah, those are not messing around. You really gotta time your jump so that you're going as soon as they appear. And if you jump and you realize, oh, you know what, I was kind of late there, you actually want to just jump back and wait again, because it's not going to work out for you.
Now, we've got more racers in today's race. We did actually have one racer manage to clear. Someone, 325, who joined the race, they said that they are not totally blind to this game. They did play this game years ago, but they had forgotten everything about it except for the basic plot. So it's not particularly a surprise, even if they remembered something minor like using the snowman against the octopus. That would be a pretty big advantage. So not a big surprise that they would get the clear. Although I think later on they may find it still more challenging because a lot of the later areas, there's not a lot of minor details like that you can memorize that will make it very easy.
Yeah, it's someone. Someone 325 is a remarkable blind racer. In a short time has done extremely well in mystery tournaments. So even if they hadn't played the game before, I wouldn't be surprised at a time like that. Honestly, they really are just that good. We are seeing a boss fight from Soapy again. Does not have a potion, so it's just going to have to make this happen. Used the snowman and unfortunately combined it with the baseball bat for less damage and jumps on top of a projectile. We also saw another attempt at the boss from Withheld, the final attempt that did not pan out. So looks like it's kind of back to square one. It's Draconic Dawn now, who's kind of, well, as soon as I pointed out, Dawn ends up landing on in a projectile, but has at least one more life to maybe get a crack at the boss. We got a fun race actually kind of developing between Muware and Withheld. They're both very close to each other, and both of them know about the secret potion.
Yeah, picking up that potion is a big deal because they don't have a whole lot of health here. And that potion is basically a second full life meter. The other thing,
Go ahead.
The other thing that's kind of frustrating about these flies, they're annoying, but you also realize that they're completely deterministic. So it's, you only have yourself to blame. Oh, Draconic Dawn found the fire pit. Also explaining in chat that was very rude.
Yeah, and that one is not unlike the flies. That is absolutely not on Draconic Dawn, especially because it's left. I don't know about you guys, but I'm always on team left. So that unfortunately is going to put Dawn back at the start of the dungeon. So does not get to see the boss, does not have any idea what's going on there. And, maybe Dawn can get all the way there and then figure out how the boss works and do it on this continue, but I think it's more likely that they're going to need an extra one. It is Muware, who is now currently in the best position. Has 2 lives, has a potion, has 5 hearts, is pretty deep into the dungeon. This looks promising. Oh, and Soapy as well, with the finishing off the octopus, freeing the dolphin.
See, Draconic Dawn, just a little bit too slow there with the jumps. I wonder if Draconic Dawn hasn't picked up on the snake jump yet, because it looks like he's just damage boosting through that first room.
Plus 1 life for Withheld. And 4 hearts is pretty good. Oh, unfortunately just got tagged by the projectile from the volcano. That was pretty mean. She looked clear from that, to my eyes at least. 4 hearts is good because there are 2 hearts that you can pretty reliably get to on their way to the boss. So it takes a little bit extra time, but I think it's definitely worth it, and you can get up to full health. So anything below 4, you're going to be missing at least a little bit for the boss fight, which we see now from Muware, trying to attack the boss from various angles and explore the room. Has explored enough to find a switch, is waiting for the boss to attack. The boss just wasn't for a while, so alright, hits 1 switch.
Where use your potion.
Thing.
Oh, will
Yeah,
Muware.
that's true. Oh, perfect. this
All right.
could be it.
Just got to find that second switch. Unfortunately, the second switch is the more difficult one to find.
Yeah, it is really not so easy to... Like, if you want to get from here to the other switch, you either got to go onto the platform the boss is on, which is extremely dangerous for obvious reasons, or you got to be on that strip in the middle, which is also dangerous. It's hard to deal with the projectiles there. But you got to go through one of those two ways in order to find the switch. And we're going to hit every other block except for those ones, because of course, why would you want to go into those extremely dangerous spaces? I don't know what you do. There's so many projectiles that come out in such a random pattern when you're in front of the boss, and then when you're on the side, there's so many that they form such a long line, you can't reliably jump over them in any way. It's just so hard to deal with.
We've got another clear here. We have Pika Pals finishing in second place with an SRL time of 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 6 seconds. Also want to point out, Pika Pals, just before this race, was also participating in the SRL Season 3 race of Super Mario Bros. USA, Super Mario Bros. 2. Also placing very high in that race as well. So congratulations to Pika Pals on just being such a consistent blind racer. Consistent racer and all. I'm certain he wasn't blind to Super Mario Bros. 2.
Oh, unfortunately, Withheld was not able to do some kind of perfectly timed jump to get over all of those fireballs. Again, I think there's some situations where if this boss wants to hit you, it will. And so getting there with enough health and knowing exactly where to move in the room are both key to pulling this off.
Now, also, I want to make another comment on that stopwatch. Another really bizarre design decision is the stopwatch is very random, actually, in that it doesn't always have the same behavior. Sometimes it nearly slows down enemies. Other times it stops them completely. A very strange design decision to do it that way.
I was going to say, I did remember it stopping, and then watched it very clearly not stop during this race, so I thought maybe I was misremembering, but I see. Yeah, that is a strange decision. There is tiles behind the boss, but unfortunately the boss occupies those spaces, so Muware leaps onto one of them, makes contact with the boss, and I don't know how much damage it was, but it was enough to finish off Muware.
This game is extremely fond of bosses that deal instantly fatal contact damage.
Uh-huh.
So 90% of the time, if you meet a boss and you hit them, regardless of how much health you have, you're dead. This giant snake in the first chapter is instant death. This boss, I'm absolutely certain, is instant death, and there's going to be a couple more bosses. Even very late in the game, when you have a colossal amount of hearts, it's still touch a boss and you're instantly dead.
So a couple of game overs. People starting fresh. Except for Withheld. Has one last chance. Is kind of, kind of knows what's up with this boss, though. I'm pretty sure she's tried all the other squares except for those really difficult to reach ones just to the right of the boss. So knows, like, that's where I need to be eventually. Has a better idea of how the fires move through the room. Is only missing one heart. It would be pretty clutch to pull off the win right here. I guess Draconic Dawn not too far behind, actually getting +1 lives. But here we go.
All right.
Withheld pausing.
I think they're just taking a moment to figure out how they're going to get through this room.
See, I like the idea, right? Wait for the projectiles and then I'll jump over them when they come, but there's 6 in a line. It just doesn't work out that way.
Oh, this is where you pause and you realize I'm dead. And as soon as I unpause, I'm dead.
Yeah, your brain is like, well, if I unpause, I die, and that's bad, so I shouldn't do that. But it's a race, and I can't do anything about this, so the longer I spend here in the pause menu feeling sad, the more time I'm losing, so...
Alright, we've got Muware and Draconic Dawn are basically synced up right here.
Their hearts are not quite synced up. We got an extra hit from Muware, which I think counts for a lot. And, I thought Draconic Dawn was going to go without picking up the hearts on the left, and I think that would be a big mistake. And that is what Dawn is going to do, actually. If Dawn pulls this off with 3 hearts, that would be kind of remarkable.
Well, Dawn does have a potion. And I think Dawn... I don't know if Dawn has seen the boss yet, or has spent any significant amount of time with the boss yet. Oh!
Does not have a potion anymore, unfortunately. That is a really big loss. That potion is such a game changer. You can kind of just beeline it for the switches at that point, I think, and heal through whatever hits you take.
Yeah, if you've got a potion and you've got full health, you can basically just run through. And then any shots you dodge are just gravy. Alright. That's one switch down.
So, decision time. Do you go right or do you go down? I think you go down here, right?
Well, I think the other issue is Muware has to figure out what to do, because Muware doesn't know where the second switch is yet. Only Withheld has found the second switch so far.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think you can leap over that thing to get the switch.
But I think at this point...
Potion, like, this is locked up if Muware remembers the potion.
Yeah, at this point, you just run for it. Alright, I'm gonna drink the potion. And that's it.
Just don't do anything silly. These platforms are gonna explode. Don't try to jump on them. That's it. I found out the hard way that if you hit the final switch and then die to a projectile that was already thrown, the tie there does not go to the runner. You will actually die. So the potion was definitely an important piece of mind there for me.
There we go. There is the wow, you've done it. And Muware is going to done and take the 3rd place finish here with an SRL time of 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds. So let's go up and we'll go pull another one of our racers here. Let's go ahead and pull up Anisep. Let's see how Anisep is doing.
You can say Withheld is doing pretty good. Is going for the right side switch first. Actually hits the switch without taking any damage. Only takes 1 hit. I think 1 hit is kind of unavoidable once you are jumping to one of the buttons. Oh, I think this is going to be okay. She is going to get hit once, but then, yeah, that's it.
All right, another clear in short order here. How is Anisep's audio, if you wouldn't mind checking for me if they're one of the ones who's talking?
Haven't heard anything in the past 10 seconds.
All right, so we're probably safe for the moment. And there's Withheld also clearing the dungeon and getting that wow, you've done it. Yeah, a lot of players.
Dawn, actually.
A lot of these players here commenting on those instant death pits. Once again, those only appear in today's goal. That's the last of them. Unfortunately for the players who fell for those, but we will not be dealing with any more of those. However, the game will find new and innovative ways to frustrate you. Do not worry. Let's go ahead and pull up Puffer King here.
So Dawn was able to explore the top right of the room, which I think is your natural inclination. After exploring the squares on the left and finding a switch, you're like, okay, it's going to be on the other side. But unfortunately, it's not. And you're almost surely going to get hit once or twice going up there and then coming back down. So it's really tough to get to those squares and then to the actual switch on the right side. And yeah, exactly what happened. Don's gonna have to run it back from the start of the dungeon once again, but now they know there's only so many squares left in that room where that second switch can be.
We see Soapy Gnome is confronted with a mad swarm of monkeys. These are kind of scary rooms with all of these enemies jumping around so rapidly. But a lot of these enemies are not that threatening. I'd say like 75% of the enemies in the game that you meet, all you do is just get close to them and just wail on them as fast as you can with your yo-yo, and they die.
It can be a little bit tricky if you got to attack with a certain rhythm with a yo-yo, and it's not going to be mashing as fast as you can. That's going to result in less damage overall. And then if you miss that rhythm, there's like a window basically where you're not attacking them, you're not stunning them. They get to close the distance on you, and some enemies later on have a lot of health, so. It's one of those things where they're totally and utterly helpless to do anything against you until suddenly they're not. And every hit you take in Startropics matters quite a bit, as I'm sure all the racers are feeling at this point.
So we see Soapy Gnome here is taking that little piece of advice you mentioned, that they've decided to leave the dungeon. They're going to go ahead and take a swig of coconut milk and restore their health. Another point is this, after today's goal, that's the last time we're going to see anybody who's got coconut milk. This is a mechanic that for some reason just sort of disappears in the later parts of the goals.
When it would be so much more useful, right? You get so many more hearts, and starting at 3 means that you could have like 14 more hearts or something, and nope, they just don't give it to you.
Oh, Anisep found the secret passage that lets you see the next part of the trap room. Doesn't let you see the instant death pit, though, which is a really strange choice there. That would have been the perfect opportunity to reveal the death pit to you so that you could avoid it.
Totally. Looks like Puffer is just trying to make sure nothing's going on in the middle section of the room. It does look pretty suspicious, like maybe there's a wall or something that you can blow open or something like that. And those walls do exist, but not there.
There we go. Draconic Don finds the second switch. Unfortunately, he realizes that he can't get there from here, but does have a potion. So I think he just needs to take the damage boost. Taking the
actually went all the way to the side of the room. I think they weren't really thinking that, like, oh yeah, no, you can totally just jump from that middle strip upwards. But whatever. Did it in such a elegant manner. Only got hit once, crossing the entire room for the finish.
We see Anisep here is gonna see the trap. What's that? I think we've seen 4 people on stream now fall for the trap.
Yeah, I think so.
It's really interesting, too, because there's only a 50% chance that you would fall for that trap, because you'd think any player who goes right first is going to spot it. But apparently the teachings of Jorf are quite quite significant here, that people are believing in always left.
Draconic. Yeah, as much as I would like to take partial credit for helping spread the gospel of always left, there's just sort of a, people read left to right, so if you're going to sort of explore the space in a room. Also, when you come through the door, you're 1 square more to the left than you are to the right. There's all kinds of little subtle reasons why I could imagine more people going left than right.
But we saw Draconic Dawn almost stepping ahead. Going to see some of the next goal here. Let's see, who else are we going to pull up? Let's pull up Lost for Words. And hopefully they have a stream. I can't remember if they're the one who doesn't have a stream. Actually,
I can tell you it's not Lost for Words, one word.
Yeah. Pull up Jillo Ninja instead while we figure out if Lost for Words even has a stream. Jillo Ninja, another mystery regular here. Coming to us from Australia.
It looks like everyone's run into some trouble. Everyone is early on in the dungeon. Well, Pufferfish King, I would say that was a mistake to say early on. This is the sort of transition into this sort of darker red part of the dungeon, and I consider that kind of the gauntlet at the end. Has 1 heart left, but 4 lives, and looks like does not have the potion, so...
Jillo has some unusual cropping here. Now, I talked before about the soundtrack being a little bit off. I think nobody casually listening along would ever be able to identify what the bug was. But the issue with the soundtrack is the main island theme that you hear, the overworld theme that plays through like 70% of the game. That track actually has a mistake in it. There's a little background track to it that's sort of a drum beat to it that goes da-da, da-da, da-da. The track is too long. For some reason, the programmers accidentally made it over 255 bits. And so if you listen to the soundtrack for about 19 seconds, that background beat, it glitches out. You hear a little thud, and then it just stops. And then after like another 20 seconds or so, it picks up, but it's off sync. So some of the players were provided with a version of the ROM that fixes that by reducing the sound of that, reducing that background track to less than 255 bits. It proceeds correctly and normally through the loop. So that's one of the 2 tracks that's fixed. And then the other track is all the way at the very end of the game. It's described as the triangle track, which is something I don't understand. Whether it's a musical triangle or whether it's a triangle as a symbol. But the track doesn't play at all correctly because something is off sync, and so you don't get that track at all. And so the corrected version will have that track all in place so that the players can enjoy all of the music in its original intended glory.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a triangle wave. There's whenever you're kind of creating electronic music, you're doing all kinds of, you're manipulating waves basically, and sort of the shape that ends up being formed by the wave when you kind of look at it visually has given the names to the different types of sounds. So there's a square wave, which is usually your melody, and a triangle wave, which is usually your bass line. There's a sawtooth and a pulse, and I cannot get any more into any details than that. That's the full extent of my knowledge, but maybe it's something like that. I do know Pufferfish King got very far into that boss fight on that attempt, found the tricky switch on the right-hand side, is coming in with full health.
So there's a good chance Puffer could do this. I think part of it is Puffer did not find the hidden room with the potion. Our other racers all managed to find that. So that is a disadvantage that essentially Puffer's going into this with half health. Now Puffer is a racer who joined us previously for the Ocarina of Time race. Oh, I think Puffer's got this. He's just got to move. Just got to move. He's got it. Also participated in the Ocarina of Time race with us. That was a very lengthy segmented blind. I think we wound up having 9 parts total for it. That took almost, 13 hours for most of the players to clear it. So an absolute example of a game that just doesn't make any sense at all to do as a blind race. At least for normal people. We have some lunatics in this community who they like doing races that are 10 hours long. My limit is maybe the time when I played Dino Crisis with Nighty for 8 hours. That was probably a mistake.
One time, it wasn't a blind race situation, but I did play Seiken Densetsu 3, the sequel to Secret of Mana.
Right?
With 2 friends for 16 hours straight to finally beat that game, and I will never ever do anything like that again. I cannot imagine trying to maintain focus in a blind race for anywhere near that long, even beyond like 2 hours. I think I'm a much worse player than I was when I started. Question from Draconic Dawn: how many people fell for the instant transition into the lava? More than half. Something like at least 4 people out of the 7 or so we've had on stream have fallen for it. And I also fell for it when I played. I don't think there was a single one I didn't fall for.
Yeah, there are exactly 2 of those blind transitions into a pit in the game. We saw one of them perhaps in the first dungeon. That blind transition is in the potion room. If you get too gluttonous and you do 2 secret passages in the potion room in the first dungeon, the second transition is into a bottomless pit that kills you instantly. As a sort of a spoiler for Startropics 2, Startropics 2 has one chapter where you do redo the first dungeon of Startropics 1, and it includes those rooms. However, instead of the death transition, instead you clear the first room, find the secret passage to the second room, and instead that one decides that no, the second room just is filled with a tremendous number of spikes that you have to very cautiously navigate in order to pick up the second potion instead.
We saw a really good attempt at the boss from Julo Ninja. Just a little bit ago, we saw Pufferfish King clear the boss, despite not having that potion. Just really expertly moving around the room.
Yeah, so we've also got Soapy Gnome here and Penspawn, who are both in the first dungeon of Chapter 3. It looks like this is still a challenging dungeon. It's not very long. There is no boss, but it makes you fight a couple of difficult rooms here where you do have to kill all of the enemies. So absolutely no surprise here that a couple of the players would need a couple of attempts at this one. But they're making good progress here. They seem to be improving a little bit as they move through, and that's going to eventually get them to the point where they can clear this. Also benefit a lot using these bolas, because they have a lot of bolas here, and they have unlimited range, so they're really useful for attacking these enemies without getting anywhere near them.
Julo Ninja is hanging out next to the boss. This is a safe spot, I suppose, but trying to transition away from your safe spot without getting hit is another question entirely.
So unfortunately, Julo has taken a death there, but they do have the benefit of knowledge. They now know where both of the switches are, so hopefully they can use that in their next run to hopefully defeat the boss and move on. We're going to see a lot of this shaman lady. As we learned in the first chapter, she is actually the sister of the chief in Coral Cola. Yeah, there will be a few minor puzzles later on that may throw players off, but for the most part, this game is going to be very little puzzling. It's going to be a lot of action, especially at the end. At the end, this is going to turn into a very difficult game, and I would not be surprised if we have a couple of players who they are unable to complete the final goal.
So we saw Je me pense pas and Soapy Didn't have a great first room with these little beak birds. Just were lined up a little bit incorrectly. The attacks didn't quite come out in the way they wanted. Took more damage than they wanted, and decided to just intentionally die a couple times and get the game over, refresh their lives, refresh their hearts. Soapy, again, is doing that strat where they go all the way out to get the milk as well. So full-on lives and now hearts as well. And that's going to be a little bit of an advantage. It does eat up a lot of time, though. It's definitely not free. It's got to be like maybe a solid minute to get through the screen transitions all the way over there. It's a tough call to make, but I think depending on skill level and how comfortable you are with the dungeon, how much you know about the dungeon, whether or not you know about that potion, I think it can be the right play.
Yeah, finding that potion is a big deal to get through these dungeons, especially later in the game when enemies start hitting you really hard. You definitely want to be finding those secret treasure rooms that have extra hearts and potions for you.
Je me pense bon actually just sort of playing from the space in front of the door. The monkeys always seem to move in a jump, but they can jump 1 or 2 tiles, so I have no reason to suspect that they wouldn't just jump down on you while you were hanging out waiting, but I guess it's less likely that they would jump 1 tile to the left right in front of you and then 1 tile down, so just kind of making use of that fact to throw bolas into the middle of the room for a little bit, then the enemy's out. I like it. Here's a boss attempt now from Anosep.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Anisep knows where the second switch is.
Maybe not.
No, maybe not.
Ooh, gets in there and out without taking any damage, though, and then retreats to the bottom to be safe. Oh, okay, does get tagged a couple times. Yeah, basically... Well, unfortunately, jumps down into the water.
That wasn't going to work out for them no matter how they approached it. Julo...
Go ahead.
Julo also doing this strange thing, running all the way to the side of the screen instead of making the run for the switch.
Yeah, it doesn't really read like the front of the boss is... That's a thing you can do, that you can jump from that strip in the middle upwards. It just kind of feels like that's the bad zone. That space belongs to the boss, and if you go there, bad things are going to happen. And so I think players are just kind of like mentally zoning that part of the map out of their brain as a possible avenue, and are just kind of being led by instincts away from it, even though it's honestly just going to make things harder. Oh no, that was a missed input. This happens sometimes if you start moving into another tile, and then you start holding, like, you hold left a little bit too long, so you start walking 1 tile to the left, and then you hold up and jump, and you expect it to, jump you from the previous tile where you were standing, but you cannot actually go up or jump until you finish moving all the way onto the wrong tile. So if you're just holding those buttons down the way that you can with those buffered inputs, you will just walk onto the wrong tile and then jump into the ocean. And yeah, that's something that was getting me even pretty late into my playthrough.
Just not enough life there for Anisep to get to that second switch. Hello, Maurice. So just an update on where we are. So we have had, let's see, 5. Yeah, we've got 5 of our racers. We have 11 racers in today's race. 5 of them have managed to clear the goal with times ranging from 1 hour and, well, actually we had one racer finish in 51 minutes, 50 seconds. And our last racer, Draconic Dawn, finished in 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 18 seconds. We have 2 of our racers on the restream. Anisep and Julo Ninja are on the final dungeon of the goal, while our other racers on the right side, they are on the second to last dungeon of the goal. They've made several attempts at it, and I think that they're just about getting to the point where they've got all the knowledge they need to clear it. Yeah,
overall, I think the players have done extremely well. I was expecting to see the sort of 1 hour 10, 1 hour 20 be like one of the higher end times, but that got pushed all the way down to 51 minutes. and it was really like, you know, the whole middle of the pack was across the finish line by then. So I've been very impressed with everyone.
Yeah, to be clear, the speed run of this game is like an hour and 6 minutes or something like that for the full game.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this before the race because in my mind, I haven't really kept track of what speedrunning this game is like for so long that in my mind this is still a game that Darkwing Duck and Zoda Nor were the two guys. And to be fair, Zoda's still really good, but Darkwing's time is 7 years old on this game, and that was about a 106. The time these days is down to, I want to say, a high 103. And it beats this part of the game in about 15 minutes.
We've also got, unfortunately for Soapy Gnome got to the dark room at the end of the dungeon, found the light tile, found the switch, opened the north door, but then decided before taking that passage they were going to take to the left. And they took the stairs that took them out of the wrong way of the dungeon. So unfortunately, Soapy Gnome is going to have to redo the dungeon in its entirety.
I guess if you kind of look at the overworld map, you can see the place you're trying to go is up and to the right, and you can kind of see a gap up and to the left. And then this dungeon, you're kind of traveling, for the most part, up, or north, I guess I should be saying. And so when you're presented with this choice to go further north or to veer off to the west, just if you remember the geography of the overworld, it does make more sense to go north. But it's just, yeah, it's just really tough.
All right, so Jillo has 3 hearts and a potion, so I'm feeling pretty good about their chances of finishing this. Once again, though, making the mistake of just going all the way to the left, not willing to jump to that middle strip of land. So just a strange sort of a mental block that they've got going on there.
But that's going to be the clear. I got really nervous because the button was right there for Jillo Ninja. It could be really tempting to jump on it. But I don't think they would have survived unless they were, you know, drinking the potion mid-jump or something. So the presence of mind to say, I'm at 1 health, the potion needs to be used now, even if the button is right in front of me, served Jillo really well there.
All right, so that looks like we'll have Jillo Ninja clearing the dungeon, clearing the goal. That's our 7th place finish. So we have only 4 more racers in the race. I think that Lost for Words doesn't restream. I seem to recall that was a thing because they also joined us for the Ocarina of Time race. So I think there's a good chance that we're just not going to be able to see what they're doing, which is fine. We enjoy people joining our races, even if you can't restream or you don't feel like restreaming. Although obviously it's so much more fun if we get to see you and see all of the unusual things that confuse the players or the unorthodox strategies. The Chrysalis race was absolutely eye-opening for us when we realized that during the duel for the telepathy spell that you can step sideways. That blew our minds.
Yeah, there were even people who were like long-time fans of the game, have watched all kinds of streams and speedruns and knew it inside and out, and even they were kind of blown away by being able to move sideways in the duel. And then my mind started swimming with like, oh, can you use that to like attack from the side and like gain an advantage in the duel? When you have enough people all doing something like playing a video game, stuff is gonna kind of pop out of it. The way a whole bunch of speedrun tricks and tactics get discovered is it's just people playing the game, and so
that's
all
been
kinds of fun stuff.
That's been a big deal for the Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past community. That ever since the Legend of Zelda randomizer came out, which has absolutely exploded on speed gaming, they discovered so many just glitches that nobody knew about. Just by 10,000 monkeys at 10,000 Super Nintendo controllers, just throwing at it, that they discovered that they can use bottles to desync a room and get a bunch of enemies off screen who are normally only killable by the bow and arrow. They discovered using the fire rod to hit triggers from far away. Just all sorts of strange things that we discovered playing these.
Especially for those things to be found in A Link to the Past, of all things, right? That's a game that's already, by virtue of being a hyper-popular game, has already attracted tons of people who are all playing the game, and especially speedrunners who are thinking about it in that critical way. There's already been a mountain of things discovered about the game, so the fact that just by adding so many more people to the scene, there was still yet more to discover, just speaks to the endless depth of what's waiting to be found in these games.
Oh, we see a death here from Pinspun. Just a lot of enemies in that room, and that's a challenging room that you really need to clear out some enemies quickly, because otherwise you just have a bad habit of running in circles and getting cornered by the enemies simply by virtue of how many of them there are.
Anosep is deep into the dungeon, does not have a potion, but has 5 lives, and knows a lot about how this boss works. Nice use of the baseball bat against these flies. Love it.
Yeah, I think somebody pointed out when we were watching your blind race how confusing this is, because in this dungeon you get a full complement of weapons that you get. You get the baseball bat, you get the slingshot, you get the bolas, and then you fight a boss, and the boss is immune to every single one of those weapons.
Yep.
That I think that it was
there is a secret there.
Yeah, but it only shows you which way to go for the for the hearts. Which, if you find the secret, it increases the odds that you'll fall for the lava trap, because you'll see, oh, I should go left because there's a heart there, and hearts are good.
All right, so this particular secret is not very helpful, but knowing that you can attack walls and break them open is a very useful thing to know. I didn't realize it until the really, really obvious ones late into the game, and even then, it was like a comment from my chat that was like, is there something up with that wall? And I was like, I've seen that wall, but it's not a thing in this game, and I finally went and tried it. So, yeah, that could be useful knowledge for later on. I don't know what kind of secrets I missed while I was playing, but maybe the game gets a little bit easier when you know how.
Yeah, we'll talk about some of the secrets coming up in the next segment, especially, because I think that's where the game starts really going for a lot of secrets. Just Pent's having so much trouble with these dodos that you aim north and you're ready for that dodo, and then the dodo decides to go east, and so you turn east, and then the dodo decides, no, I'm going to go north this time.
I definitely had a lot of trouble reacting to what enemies were going to do. If I was just waiting for them and they did something I wasn't expecting, turning the right way or jumping the right way, I found that pretty difficult to do. I was always better off either having some kind of situation where I'm totally safe, I know that they're going to have to get lined up with me in some way, or just being aggressive, just going after them, trying to make sure I'm in line with them and then moving towards them. For exactly this sort of reason we're seeing.
Now, a lot of racers also talking about the deadly trap. I mentioned it before, I will mention it again. This was the last time in the game that this kind of a blind jump into a pit shows up. The game will come up with some other sort of rude things, but we won't see any more instant death traps. That does not show up in any of the later dungeons. And the concept of stairs that take you out of the dungeon without clearing it, we will see that one more time in the game, and then that's another mechanic that the game will thankfully decide to retire in favor of new and innovative ways of throwing you off.
And I think it's a little bit easier to spot the next time. Because you don't really, it's not like you see a place you need to go, and that makes you think like, oh, I need to go up some stairs at the end of this dungeon. There's kind of no reason to go upstairs. So when it presents you with upstairs, you should consider that, I suppose. We got another boss attempt from Anosep, who does not have a potion, so just needed to make it happen on one heart. and considering the position of the flame, that was just probably not going to happen. Could have waited for the flame, but in that time, I am sure the boss would have shot some kind of projectile their way. And goes down immediately to the flies. There's no way that was intentional. I think that was just a really, really bad mistake that came with a sort of compounded punishment of multiple hits. Maybe some frustration now from NSF.
Yeah, this is another thing you've got to deal with when you have these kind of races, is that these are a little bit longer than, say, your mystery tournament style races, which tend to max out at an hour long. These blind segmented goals have a habit that these are going to be 2 and even 3 hour races, and it's really important to take it slowly and to keep a good like a mental state throughout the race, because it'll get more difficult later on if you're starting to get frustrated, if you're starting to not know what you're doing, and let that confusion hurt you. Looks like Anisep is going to take the forfeit here. Lives were a mistake, is their comment.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of tell from their play that they were, like, their mindset was not in a great place, so not too surprised to see the forfeit, though I do think if they were to just give it another shot, they would have a pretty good chance of making it. They knew what was going on with that dungeon. They had a pretty good plan for each of the rooms. But if you're not feeling it, then you know, you don't gotta. We're here to have fun.
Yeah, we definitely don't shame any players for choosing to take a forfeit here. You are not required to finish the races, and we do appreciate people joining, especially when we have these sort of more difficult goals. I think that are going to be a challenge for some of these players. This in particular, it's a very old school game. This is a game where you are likely to have a lot of difficulty, especially in the later ones where we have some much more challenging dungeons and some much more difficult bosses. So I won't be surprised if we see a couple of players here who have some difficulty and that we see some forfeits later on. Would you do me a favor and check to see if Soapy Gnome has clean audio, if you would?
Yeah, I'm actually not hearing any audio.
Okay, what is Mr. Penspawn's audio looking like?
Also, I think no audio.
All right, well, we might have to put on a little bit of rainwave then.
As these are our last two players on stream, I believe Lost for Words is finished, actually. 1:43 was their time. So these are our last two players in the race now.
Puffer King's comment is RNG enemies, sucky boss fights involving trial and error, questionable plot triggers, not bad overall. It's a good attitude, I think, to have.
RNG enemies is kind of strange. Like, of course enemies are RNG, right? Like, moving around in a room, I think it's pretty normal for that to be at least somewhat random.
Yeah, that is a kind of an unusual choice of a thing to comment about.
I think the problem is less that the enemies are moving around randomly and more that it's difficult for you to respond to their random movements, right? Once you are standing still, there's that sort of 8 frames to move again, and you have to put up with that little hesitation every time you want to turn as well. So sometimes you're in situations where an enemy moves in a certain way and you're just not in a position to react to it, and you feel a little bit helpless sometimes. And I think maybe that's where that frustration is coming.
Anisep asking, was there a potion in the 4th dungeon? Could have beaten the boss with one? There is a potion in the 4th dungeon. In the room with the octopus and the light switch, which we see Soapy Gnome in right now, after you get to the left side of the room, you can jump down into the open space, and there is a hidden room down there with a potion for you to collect. which that is a recurring theme throughout this game, in that if you think, man, this dungeon does not have enough hearts and potions, 99% of the time that's because, yeah, there are. You just didn't find them. Here we go. We see Soapy Gnome here jumping down into the hidden room where they will receive a potion that will allow them to defeat the boss.
Yeah, I think this was something I didn't find when I was playing, and it's a real big help. I had a lot of trouble with this boss.
All right, Pence is in the room here with all these enemies.
So Pence is having some of the same troubles that I have. The pause before you start moving, like you said, is really useful at letting you turn to face a direction of attack without moving into that square.
Use those bolas.
Oh yeah, the bolas would be really strong.
Oh. The other thing is you really want to commit, because you can kill the ostriches in one volley before they can approach you. But you have to commit to it. You just don't give up on it. Otherwise, you give up and then they catch you.
Yeah, there's no quick retreat because of that pause in your movement. One thing that got me constantly is I would want to move away from an enemy, and then once I had enough space, I would want to turn around and begin attacking. And sort of is a blessing and a curse is that if you are going traveling between tiles, you can kind of freely walk between those two tiles by alternating directions without that pause. Unfortunately, if you want to stay still and attack, sometimes you're moving right, then you tap left, and you actually begin walking left into a whole other tile closer to the enemy you wanted to run away from. And you start attacking. While you're attacking, you're actually paused for a little bit, so you might not even identify that you're slowly moving towards them. Depending on how it happens, it can be kind of a large distance. You're moving towards the opponent, and pretty frequently you just end up turning around and running right into them. After my full playthrough of this game, I still did not quite have a full mastery on that aspect of the controls, and it makes that sort of hit and run strategy just so tough to execute on. Soapy Gnome has got the potion.
They're gonna grab the hearts.
But yeah, it's gonna go up to 4. Oh, they haven't been here yet.
Oh my gosh, that's so tragic. Yet another player falls for the instant death.
And I feel like this instant death hits a little bit different after you've been playing for almost 2 hours compared to playing for 1 hour or even less for some of the players. Yeah, I think it weighs a little more heavily on you.
And no, there's only the one potion in the magma tunnel. There is no other potion to be available. Although there are a couple of places where the game will encourage you to jump in ways that you think could be fatal. Like that first potion was hidden, where you have to make a jump that you think that could kill me.
Alright, Soapy takes a look at the room to the north, and I think maybe it's just coming back all the way for these hearts.
It's not a bad idea. Down to only 1 heart, you might as well pick that up. That is a 150% of your life by doing that.
Yeah, they did have 2. They took 1 hit from one of the flies on the way here, so if they get hit again, it will have sort of come out to be a net gain of 0 hearts, unfortunately. But maybe they can get out with just this 1 extra. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Oh, no.
Yeah, a lot of these jumps are really tight.
Yeah. If you're landing, like if you have a visual cue that the platform is there and fully solid and then you go, you cannot make it. You have to be jumping while it is still on its way up.
Yep, there's nothing on those platforms going left.
All right, Jumbo Ponspawn is using the bolas now to attack from range.
All right, it's got rid of the dodos.
The big thing I think that they're missing out on is that this water, when you don't see those green tiles, those can often be your visual cue, like I'm gonna jump on these, I'm gonna start jumping. But these water tiles, you can just jump over those, and that's a really quick way to move. The enemies get hung up on it a little bit when they're trying to follow you, so really great to make use of those water tiles, and it's a bit of a shame that it just hasn't really occurred to Ponspawn to do that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they get through the difficult room with the ostriches and take a death to the bat in the dark room. I think part of it, too, is as soon as you enter that dark room and the lights go out, that really throws you off, because it's suddenly, oh, shoot, which way did I go again? I didn't know I was supposed to memorize this.
Chasing down one dodo with the other dodo chasing him. Does go down and loses a life, and now has to decide, do I want to, take a couple deaths for the game over to try to get out of here with full lives? Looks like they're going to try to play it out. Soapy is going the long way around this room. I don't know if they suspect some kind of foul play.
I mean, they may be looking for more secrets, perhaps. Or perhaps they're just putting off going down here where they know that they're going to have potential instant death traps.
Well, definitely cannot fault someone for trying to look for secrets in this game.
Yeah, taking time here to hit all the tiles to make sure they're not missing anything in here. So I wonder how many of our players have figured out what the stars even do.
I'm pretty sure I had some idea of what they did when I played the game, but I don't know if I ever picked one up and saw what it did and noticed and was confident that I knew what they did for many hours into the playthrough, and maybe even then it was someone in chat confirming it for me. So
yeah, Don's close here. 5 hearts gives you 1 heart, or 5 stars is equal to 1 heart. So they're like 1/5 of a heart, which is really not very much considering how rare they are.
It's so inconsequential. It's been a 2-hour cast and we haven't even thought to mention them. It's just not that important.
It's such a strange thing, and it's something that they brought back in the sequel for some reason. They decided this is a good mechanic. Oh, a little slow there.
That's another thing I've noticed from both Soapy and Jumbo Ponspawn is I'm pretty sure they're not buffering jumps. You can see just a little bit of hesitation on each jump. Although, no, maybe I take it back. Maybe Soapy's doing it now. Or maybe just when they're moving in certain directions. Alright, no potion, so has to just make it happen. He's of course going to explore the right side first, because it seems pretty natural to me.
Yeah, now this is the thing that is an issue. Sometimes when you want to jump between tiles, you got to hold that direction and jump. If you jump first and hit direction second, it's not going to do anything. Also, we see Ponspawn doing the mouse on stream strats. That's a very time-tested strat we see in many races here on Mystery Funhouse. It's sort of a feng shui of the stream, where if you can put your mouse cursor in the right spot, you may get some additional luck that will help you carry you through the race.
Yeah, you want to channel the good energies from the mouse cursor through the stream. and out into the world, and then that comes back to you through your controller. Yeah, I'm trying to remember now what it looks like when you are buffering the jumps. And oh no, Sophie knows that they need to go early on these platforms, but went real early on that one. Yeah, I want to say Sophie is not buffering these jumps. It seems really minor, but those sort of fractions of seconds of hesitation, they build up, and they also introduce something that could have been 100% consistent now isn't, right? Enemies might be in a slightly different place the next time you go into a room, stuff like
All right, here we go. It's ostriches again. All right, it's got real early there. All right, almost. No, just stick with it.
It's so scary, though. This big, scary skeleton thing is coming at you. It's got wings. It doesn't make sense. It does a lot of damage.
And it's very aggressive.
I understand the instinct to flee. Also, like, part of why you struggle with this game is because you keep getting hit. So it's pretty normal, I think, to want to do as much as you can to avoid getting hit.
It's the staircase. Oh.
Yeah, there it is. They don't even give you a message of like, oh darn, I've gone the wrong. Nothing. You're just here. You are. Did you open a shortcut? No. Go back and do it again.
Yeah, only 2 dungeons in the game use this mechanic, and the next time we see it, the trap is at the beginning of the dungeon as opposed to the end. So there will not be another scenario where you have completed the dungeon and then it tells you to do it again.
Was just a little bit about to jump into the water, but it turned into a straight up jump in place.
Yeah, this is also a game where the difficult controls are another thing that you learn over time as you start getting better about feeling just how long it takes you to turn, just how long you have to move. So hopefully that's another advantage that we have, is that as the racers continue to play, that they continue to just get better at controlling the game in general. Yeah, it's been about 2 hours here. Perfectly understandable that somebody needs to take a quick restroom break.
Alright, the monkeys go down. Using the bolas is a great idea. They give you a lot of them, and like you said, you don't get to keep them between deaths, you don't get to keep them between dungeons, and in some cases they give you kind of a lot, right? You got 60 bolas. I think it's pretty hard to actually use these and run out of them even.
Yeah, you have to be really inefficient for that to be an issue, so hopefully they make good use of that. I'm a little worried that these tile jumps off of these sinking tiles are really late.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, got rid of a dodo, got rid of one of the ostriches.
Unfortunately, that heart drop, I'm sure Je me pense mal would have loved to have picked it up, but things don't stick around for very long when they drop. Depending on what's happening, you got to beeline and grab it right away. I feel like Je me pense mal is unsure which of 2 tiles it is that they need to jump on.
That wasn't right. That wasn't one of them. Yeah, and this dungeon is so short it doesn't even give you a checkpoint. You have to do it all from the beginning.
Here comes Soapy. Has 4 hearts. This is difficult but doable from this position.
Do they know where the second switch is yet? No. Yeah, I think they died before they got over here. They just sort of assumed that's where the switch was.
Yeah. Even after I went up there, I was thinking, like, is it secret? Do I got to do a blind jump into the corner? Like, I was just so convinced it would be over there, sort of mirroring the other side in some way. Fortunately, that was the last life, so back to the start of the dungeon.
Although this does give them another opportunity to pick up that potion. If they can get to the end of the dungeon with the potion, that'll be a huge advantage in the boss, because that's just an extra 5 hearts of full life meter to use.
So oh, you can throw 2 bolas. Okay, you can have 2 on screen at once. But we were seeing the limitations of, the enemies moving around pretty quick vertically, and you just kind of throw an attack out from all the way across the screen, and it's basically chance whether or not it actually connects with something.
Oh, Soapy taking a death here to these snakes. There's really no reason for that. You don't need to fight any of those snakes. Like, they're just taking an intentional death here. Oh, I think you mentioned that Soapy had no sound. I think at the beginning of the race, they were the one who commented that they didn't have the cable they needed to hook up, and that's why they don't have any audio.
Mm-hmm.
So here's another thing. You have a score in this game. When they take a game over, you can see their score. You also get to see it when you're on the overworld map. For some reason, this game has a scoring system to it, and it's a really strange scoring system. Preparing for this race, I was reading some forums about it, and there was a forum thread where a Startropics superfan was discussing their attempts to decipher the score system in this game, and that apparently it's got some structure where there is a maximum score of like 7,500 points that you can earn. And it's based off of how many enemies you kill, and that by killing too many enemies, your score goes down. And so that there's like an optimal number of enemies that you want to kill in order to get the best score. And their goal was to try to decipher what is the correct optimal number of enemies to create a new category of maximum score, which would be a fascinating alternate category for this game that I think nobody whatsoever would ever run.
Yeah, probably. Though this is the kind of game where for some people, like, it's one of their favorite games, right? Like, it's got some qualities in it that are unlike any other game, especially any other game of the era, right? Combining that kind of sense of humor with the sort of American culture, with the Zelda-style gameplay. It really was a special thing. So I could see there being, just like there is a super fan who is willing to figure out the obtuse mechanics of the score, I could see there being another equally super fan to speedrun it one day. Once again with this tricky room, Je me pense pas. I think got a heart drop in the middle of some chaos.
Which that's
keeping them in the game.
That's huge. All right, they got the dodo. All right.
Did they see the squares? I think I actually ended up taking a screenshot of this room because I got fed up and scared, basically. Oh, the bat slowly approaching from the diagonal takes away half a heart. Oh, they jumped down again.
That was the wrong spot. The other trick to that room, and I think we saw some players do it before, if you use the safe entrance on the left that you can see, it does have a staircase that takes you out, but there's nothing stopping you from going back into the previous room. And so you can also use that in order to get another chance to see the layout of the room.
Another chance to take a screenshot.
I mean, taking screenshots is that's a pretty high-level technique that I think some players might not think about. There's a couple of sort of high-level techniques you'll see players do in these games that will show you who are the mystery regulars and who are the people who are just blind racing for fun. Taking screenshots is one of those things. Another clever one is pause buffering, that you wouldn't necessarily think about it, but just pausing your game when you're confronted with a new scenario and just taking a moment to look at what is going on. That's a huge strategy.
We did see some players use it a little bit. Not so much like... sometimes players use it because there's something that appears quickly and you just kind of can't react to. So you pause to kind of sort of slow the game down and give yourself time. I gotta stop talking. Soapy Gnome is going to try to jump on the button. If Soapy had one more heart, that would have done it. But I think I was in this exact situation when I played. It's not enough, so it's gonna have to try it again. But yeah, we did see, I'm pretty sure, Withheld in that room. Paused it and was just like, okay, where in this room have I been? Where in this room is it likely to be? Where in this room can I actually jump from place to place? And I think it probably helped her a lot.
Yeah, unfortunately, because all of the items are in the first half of the dungeon before the checkpoint, Anisep is not going to be able, or Soapy Gnome is not going to be able to benefit from that. Oh, just got a train going. All right, got the dodo. All right, got it, and got a heart.
Oh, Soapy was a little bit late on the platforms. There goes one life again.
All right, there was the tile.
Where's it going to be? It's not down. Do not jump down.
All right.
Okay.
No, it's safe. That was safe. So they got the two low tiles. Oh, nope, it wasn't up. But gets that reassuring comment, under the Southern Cross, anything is possible.
Ooh, Soapy is cutting it really close on these platforms. Again, I think the pause buffering gives you an advantage jumping across those. It's very, very minor, but the window is tight enough that even a minor help becomes a big help.
Ooh, nice dodge there. So be dodging between the fireballs. So it's revealed both switches.
Oh, got hit once on the way over.
Oh, took way too many hits there.
And is not even going to try on this next one, I'm pretty sure.
They really want that potion.
Yep. It's tough, right? Because it takes a long time to redo the whole first chunk of the dungeon to get back to where you were. But if you're pretty sure, if I just had that potion, I would just do it, right? Versus the chances of that really difficult fight again without it. I could see this maybe being the sort of the correct move.
Yeah, I think the drop rates of enemies are very, very unusual in this one. This dungeon, the first... Oh, that was a little bit too soon for that jump there. The enemies in that first dungeon in Chapter 3, they must have a really high item drop rate, because they're dropping items way higher than they do in later areas. All right, Soapy.
Potion, but with only 1.5 hearts, that's not so easy to carry it all the way into that boss fight.
Now they do have an opportunity if they can get through this room with the flies without damage. I believe there's a 2-heart pickup in the next room.
Yeah, I think there's two 2-heart pickups if you're willing to jump to both sides. Oh, but there they go.
Ooh, and they get the -1 lives, too.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I guess if your plan is to leverage the potion to have enough health to get through this, then...
Maybe you'd rather...
If that's truly what you're all in on, you'd rather have less lives to game over and try again with the potion.
Alright, there's 2 hearts to pick up. Oh, no, 1 more room. I still got to get through the muddy room.
Alright, 3.5 plus a potion is pretty good.
Oh! Just loses the input on the jump there. Does not jump off of the sinking tiles. But kudos on our racers here. 2 hours, 15 minutes into this goal. They've seen most of the other racers complete it, and yet they're still at it. This is the kind of tenacity that really makes a blind racer, and this is the kind of players we want in the community, that they're behind the other players, but they're still willing to challenge themselves and just to demonstrate that they can complete these decidedly difficult goals.
Okay, it's potion time for Soapy. Has hit 1, switch has revealed the other button, has lots of hearts.
Alright, they got it.
Don't stop for nothing. And that just speaks to the power of the potion in a lot of ways.
Alright. What awaits them? They see the staircase, and they're probably a little bit nervous here that they've defeated this difficult boss, but they don't know. Is that it? Are they done? Is there something else awaiting them? There we go. Soapy Gnome finishing in 9th place with an SRL time of 2 hours, 15 minutes, 27 seconds. They just got to clear that. You got to clear that that dialog box. They'll get their save, and then they will be allowed. And then they will be done with today's goal.
Now, I was hoping that part of why Soapy, was able to keep going despite having such a tough go of it was that they were still kind of having fun with the game. But their comment was, "I've never felt so dejected in my life." So, if there was a part of them having fun with the game, I suppose it was a small part. But they are through it now. Well done to them.
So we still have one more racer fighting the dodos. They got rid of the scary ostriches, so they just got to get rid of this dodo. Although the dodos have been an obnoxious enemy because they're sort of random in their movement.
I'm nervous. That's not the right square. I could see Jean-Le Ponsbon getting lined up with the wrong square. You did it, Soapy. Well done.
You did it. We're proud to see somebody who struggled through that and managed to get the clear. This is a challenging game. This is probably one of the more difficult segmented blind races we've picked. We tend to choose a lot of other games that are fairly easy. You can collect a lot of safety items. I mean, you play Legend of Zelda, you can pick up a bunch of bottles and get effectively 4 life meters for the price of 1. This game doesn't pull any punches. You have limited lives, and it expects you to beat up a lot of enemies in a short period of time. And it doesn't help that the controls are difficult.
They didn't have to do that. They could have gave you all your hearts, and it would have been so helpful.
Yeah, the sequel to this game is generous in a lot of other ways. The sequel just starts you off at 5 hearts instead, and when you die, you continue with 5 hearts instead. One big thing is you can move in 8 directions in the sequel, that you're no longer limited to this tile-based movement, which makes it a lot easier to dodge enemies as well.
Oh, wow.
You can move while jumping in the sequel, which means that you can actually jump away from enemy projectiles instead of being chased and not being able to escape. Although it does make the platforming a little bit more difficult, because the sequel will give you some scenarios where it's, alright, you got to jump on this moving platform, and then you've got to jump off of the moving platform in time, and that's surprisingly difficult.
Yeah, as much as the rigid sort of movement in this game can be frustrating at times, not being able to do what you want to do. It at least gives you a really rigid framework, so if I jump here, I'm gonna make it, right? I'm just gonna make that jump. You can have utter confidence. You can be holding the buttons for the next jump and just know that you're gonna space all of these jumps perfectly. They're all gonna take the exact same amount of time to do, and being able to kind of leverage that consistency.
All right, we've got the dark room.
Where is this square in space?
So I think the first thing they're going to do is kill all the bats so they don't have to deal with those. It's not a bad way to start as long as they can remember where they're going. All right.
There are squares there.
Soapy asking, how many more segments do you think there will be? Probably a total of 4 segments, so 3 more segments after today. And I will warn the players that the later segments are going to get much more difficult.
Yeah, I didn't want to be discouraging, but it is true that it does step up the difficulty. I think particularly, well, maybe it steps it up in
I think the next goal is reasonable for these players. I'd say it's probably about the same level of difficulty. But after that, I think starting around Chapter 6, the game really kicks it up quite a bit.
Yeah, that was where I started to feel it, for sure. Oh, the dodo. Occupying Je me pense bon's hitbox. Your yo-yo doesn't really hit in your own hitbox, so it is the worst situation for something to just be right on top of you. It's hitting you, you can't hit it. If you are standing still, you can't move away from your own square for a little while, so you're kind of trapped on top of it. It is a nightmare situation that must be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, the last segment is going to be short, but a lot of very difficult combat. But we'll get into that as we get later in the game. I do encourage players, if you manage to complete today's goal, you might as well try out the next one if you're available. Even if you find it to be very difficult, it's just an opportunity for you to challenge yourself as much as you can. And you
also,
are
I
under...
find Startropics is a game with a pretty high skill ceiling, so even 2, 4, 6 hours into the game, you're still getting better at it, and so
Yes.
you can still rise to harder challenges.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about. We play a lot of different games here for the blind runs, and it's also an opportunity for us to kind of see the different design philosophies between consoles and between generations. That this is a very old school game where it's a lot of difficulty. That they intended very much about you playing this multiple times, taking the death, doing the dungeon again, conserving your resources a little more efficiently. Knowing which rooms to kill enemies, which rooms that you can just run through them and not bother with fighting the enemies, and that gives you an opportunity to get better on each subsequent attempt. Whereas, say something like The Legend of Zelda, they deliberately intended for you to clear every room on your first attempt. That they really had no thought in mind that the player was going to get stuck on any particular part of the game for very long. A lot of generous hints to tell you how to solve puzzles. A lot of things to save you.
One more difficult room before Je m'appelle gets to try the dark again. One of these ostriches gets on top of him. You can see how quickly that goes really bad, but has 3 hearts, more than enough to handle the bats in the next room. Take a look at this room when you walk in. Eyes open. Try to... Oh, we got a mouse cursor.
I see it.
A screenshot. And then my stream buffered immediately.
Yeah, mine did too. I wonder if they dropped stream accidentally when they...
There, for some reason, the print screen button is the cut stream button.
All right, they're paused. Maybe they're looking at it carefully. They're mapping it out. This is an advantage of the tile-based movement, that you can map it out really carefully. You can say 2 steps left, 1 step up. All right, I think they're mapping it out in their head right now. They're looking at that, figuring out what is the approach, where are they going to jump.
It's remarkable how a pretty straightforward thing like 2 squares left, 1 square up, or whatever. It's so easy, but as soon as it goes dark, and as soon as these bats are flying around giving you grief, and your hearts are kind of low, it becomes...
Oh no!
Oh, coulda. There were no more bats. You could have taken your time.
It was too much of a hurry. You gotta be patient.
It's harder too when you're streaming, knowing that people are watching. I mean, especially so much if there's like a chat room you're trying to interact with or whatever. Like sometimes my mind just kind of goes blank in a situation like staring at that dark room. So yeah, there was a part of me that was just like, I'm not even gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna take a picture. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna study it.
Yeah, that's another thing here. There's a different mentality in a blind race than you'd see in a speedrun. In a speedrun, it's all about you take the risky strats almost every time. That it's, well, no, you're not going to pick up that potion because it takes time to get that potion. You're just not going to get hit. When you're doing these blind races, knowing a lot of these strategies for taking it easy, to recognize which is the room where I really want to slow down and I just want to take as long as I need to make the platforming, that winds up saving you so much time in a blind scenario where you understand, I don't have to rush through this room. I want to take it easy. I want to take it slow, collect the power-ups. And that's what's going to ensure that you get it. Oh.
I did not really start making use of it until the very end of my playthrough, even though I'm sure I did it along the way. You can attack with your yo-yo to pick things up like hearts, exactly like that one that was a little bit out of reach for Je me pense pas.
And that's another thing, if you've played The Legend of Zelda, that was true in the original Legend of Zelda as well. So that's a technique that you've played another game and that you pick up on it. So one thing I think there's a mistake here is that Penspawn is going for the skeleton birds first, sees those as the more significant threat. I would have gone for the dodos first, because they're easy to kill, they're grouped up, and once you get rid of the dodos, then you don't have to deal with them anymore. But makes it through. Take the time, kill the bats. All right,
I'm a pretty big fan of kill the first bat and then jump. Oh, this is making me... That's the one. Okay. I guess the smarter thing to do would be to go into the corner of the square in the middle of the room and then jump right. That seems a little more reliable to me.
Yeah, I think people get into like a mental trap where they think I can only go up to get here. I can't go from the side. There it is. There's the exit.
I didn't notice it until earlier when I was casting this. During gameplay, I was in my mind that definitely had to be done from the bottom. So, dungeon number 1 of 2 here in Chapter 3 has been conquered.
So to get a little bit of a cool down here, you're done with action for a while. You just get to talk to some NPCs here. So this is a nice opportunity to start to let your heart rate go down. You've made it through a challenging battle.
This is highly unrelated, but we've got a fair bit more Startropics left to go. So I guess I'll just report that the Big 20 race number 14 has finally finished. The last racer was going for 24 hours straight. And fun fact, the SRL timer doesn't keep track of hours over 24, apparently, because according to RaceBot, this person finished in 10 minutes and 51 seconds.
Scoring a first place in the race?
Well, thankfully, it does still score them in 25th place. So I think it's just a display error here. But that's pretty funny. Congrats to Feta and everyone else who competed in the Big 20.
So the dialogue in this game, a lot of it is pretty perfunctory. I mean, you got the guy at the entrance who says, "Welcome to this town." We got the person who's just like, "Oh, the daughter is sick," just telling you the basic plot. But then you got some people who are kind of funny. You got the sailor who's like, "Oh man, you're on this journey through the islands? I'll come along with you." And it's like, "Wait, you almost died at sea? Maybe on second thought, I'm not." We've got Miss Coral, we've got Miss Mira, who we mentioned earlier. You met Miss Coral when you were in Coral Cola in Chapter 1, and Miss Mira asks you which one of them is prettier, and you do in fact have to tell Miss Mira she is prettier. Otherwise, the guard won't recognize the flag that allows you to see the village chief.
I like the town names. Just another way the game flexes its sense of humor. I'm guessing the cola comes from like a agricola, but
I'm not
has
sure.
cola at the end of every town, and then they just make a coal pun. There's radical, miracle.
I think maybe it was just intended to be a running gag, because they do play with it as you go on later, where some people suggest some pretty ridiculous town names.
Someone says that you came here from Americola.
Yes. So it also had Pence was fortunate enough to find the back entrance to the hut early, just sort of wandered into here at random. So maybe confusing the intended logic here. I think the intended logic is you see the village chief and then you have to notice, oh, there's a staircase in the back. That's where I'm supposed to go. It's just one of those things that you have enough players playing the game that somebody will stumble upon the opposite way to do things.
Mm-hmm. Very Dragon Warrior-esque. That game would handle sort of inside-outside rooms in the same way, and had a couple sneaky entrances like that.
Then we've got this guy here who's hanging out in the chief's house. You go talk to him, he's like, oh, I'm not the chief, I'm just hanging out. Not a lot of the dialogue in this is that inspired, and I felt like the sequel had a lot of even worse dialogue despite having more NPCs. But I did like the sequel does have one line of dialogue that's amusing, that the first chapter you meet a bunch of cavemen and they're all like, oh, we're waiting for the southern reliever to come and save us from the evil dinosaur. And you can say, like, is that you? And you can say yes or no. You know, if you say yes, you get your standard, oh, well, you have to go battle the dinosaur. And if you say no, it's got a line of dialogue that's like, oh, you say that you're actually a pitcher and that you're right-handed? Well, it's okay. We have time before the new season to change our lineup.
That's pretty good. Honestly, I like the guy who says he's just hanging out. I think that's a pretty good line for a throwaway NPC.
Yeah, there's some clever dialogue here. All right. We've talked to all the NPCs. Now you can't skip through town. You gotta actually talk to the second guard. No, if you could figure out a skip for this town, I'm sure there's a couple of people who pay you a pretty big bounty for that. A couple of speedrunners who would be glad to find a skip the town. This game is pretty tightly scripted with the progression. There's no dungeon skips. There's only one boss. The first boss you can skip by damage boosting through, but you can't skip any other bosses. There's one part in the game where there's a town that you can ignore on your first pass. But for the most part, this game is pretty tightly locked up. So if you were able to find any kind of a skip like that to skip even one town or dungeon, that would be a game changer. That would be a day one world record. All right, we've got the snakes. This is where it enforces. Did you learn the snake jump?
Did execute on a jump moving onto the tile pretty well, but unfortunately when there's 3 of them all in a row, your jump doesn't last long enough to get over all of them.
Well, this is surprising too, because we've seen Pence do the snake jump in the previous dungeon, so they know how to do it.
Whoa, I like that little sideways shimmy. Just held right just exactly long enough to get moving right, and then was holding up so their sprite was facing north for almost the entire movement.
Alright, those ostriches are cleared, easy enough. Alright, we got a dark room. So here we've got a bit of a puzzle. Which way is safe? Do they notice one of these things is different than the others? Nope. Into the drink.
To be fair, I think they may have noticed, and it was just an input error getting lined up on the wrong tile. Maybe we'll see on the next attempt here. I'm also curious if Shimo Ponspon's noticing the way these ostriches are jumping over the water and how that might be something they could do and make use of in this fight.
Alright, so the good news is they just cleared a dungeon. That's kind of like a refresher for your spirit, that you were struggling a little bit, you had some difficult fights. But now you're in new territory, so that kind of gives you a little boost of confidence that you need to keep going. That you're on new ground now. For a while, you can cool down. You don't need to execute so hard for a bit. You're now in a learning stage again. What am I going to find in each of these rooms? Alright, get through the ostriches. Yes, Maurice has picked up on it, that the snake is the hint on where you can safely jump.
And then the theme of using the enemies to figure out where the platforms are in the room continues at the other end. The other snakes all are revealing other parts of the platforms that they're on. There's an octopus jumping around. Okay, so I like what Chemin Francois did there. Was trying to catch the ostrich on a jump. They do a delay before they jump, just increases the window you have to hit them with the yo-yo and get in all the necessary hits.
I think that double transition was deliberate. I think they were going to see as much of the room as they could.
Really nerve-wracking seeing Chemin like running up against the wall. Okay.
They see it. I think they see it.
Now, I think the plan is to... Okay, they just went ahead and went for it. It's early enough in the dungeon that, maybe it's not all that bad an idea. There's only 2 rooms you gotta do to get back. But I think the plan is to stick with Chemin Francois at least for a while. But there is a giant Troopa match that I think is being spun up in the background.
Yeah, I think we'll stick with this a little bit longer. I like to, as long as we've got racers who want to race, we're going to give them the opportunity to take as long as they need. So we'll stick with this a little bit longer. At least until somebody like Roar pops in and says that they want to take the channel away from me.
There's always the Mystery Fun Shack as well. So if something happens over there, we'll be sure to let you know.
Yeah, so since we're pretty late in the race here, just a reminder here, this is the Mystery Funhouse. We do lots of blind races here. That is our bread and butter, our area of expertise. Is you're going to see lots of races here among players who have never played the games before that they are playing. And so we are going to see a lot of action here that's very unusual than a lot of the speedrunning streams that you've seen, in that you're going to see players who are learning as they're going as opposed to seasoned experts who are just going to show you the correct way to do it on the first attempt here. This is a blind segmented race of Startropics for the NES over a series of what is probably going to be 4 segments. We're going to see these players play through the entirety of this game. Hopefully, this is a pretty challenging game, so I won't be surprised to see our number of racers sort of peter off as we get into some of the later goals. But we will hopefully see some players get through the entirety of this game, defeat all of the bosses, and get to the end. At which point, then, we will have an opportunity to pick up yet another game. If this is something that interests you, these goals are open to all players. If you missed today's goal but you're interested in playing this, you're always welcome to pick up the game, play through today's goal on your own, and then next week, next Sunday at about 2 p.m. Eastern, we're going to play this again, and we're going to have the players play the next segment of the game. And we'll just keep repeating that until we run out of game to play. Ooh.
Yeah, it is a good idea to not fight things you don't have to, but sometimes it's tricky to get across a room through all of those enemies without doing something about them, especially if you're jumping. When you're jumping from tile to tile like that, that's also, you basically got free reign to throw out attacks in any direction while you're moving, so it would admittedly have been difficult to get a hit on that fly in that scenario because it's coming in from kind of an awkward diagonal. I don't know if either of your two available directions would have been enough to hit, but I think maybe, and it would have made a difference. I think there were hearts waiting just on the other side of that door.
And I really do like the way, I think Penspun has really improved their performance here in just the last few minutes even. They're a lot more confident fighting those skeleton ostriches, recognizing that they can kill the ostrich in a single volley, and so they stick with it. They don't try to break it off early, and then that winds up just getting them hit. And even though that did die here in the room with the flies, I did like the idea here that they picked a path and they committed to it with the recognition that they were more likely to take a death if they tried to change their strategy midway. All right, this is a nasty room here because they've got to jump really... Oh, okay, he barely makes it through. Oh, didn't get to hit the tiles. They were kind of disappointed, but... There's another one going around the room counterclockwise.
And rightfully so. There are a set of hearts available. They're a little bit tricky to pick up. You have to jump to the side and they kind of spawn behind you, so the timing to jump backwards and then get away from the falling platforms is maybe even tighter than just trying to go across in the first place. Though you can at least get 2 hearts pretty easily. The other 2 you really gotta work for.
Gets a 1-up. Wonder what their mentality would be if the player picked up that sign and they lost a life on the first try. What's the like? Do you think that would greatly reduce the likelihood that they would ever pick up that sign?
Yeah, the way it spins around kind of invokes a sort of slot machine-like thing, and I would have trouble believing that, like, I don't know, this game has done some weird stuff, so maybe it is totally possible that it would just have a permanent 1-up down, a 1-down item. But I would want to believe it could do something else. 2 in a row, I would never touch it again.
Alright, this time the stopwatch froze the flies, so it's real easy to kill them. This is another really short dungeon that, as difficult as this dungeon was for our players, it's not very long at all.
Here's this thing that you just kind of have to do when you play Startropics, is it presents a bunch of tiles and you have to jump on all of them to see if they do anything.
All right.
Now, here we go.
Going left.
It's gonna see the hearts. Those are good. It's surely gonna keep going because why would you turn around at that point?
Oh.
I am kind of pleasantly surprised at how well Je ne pense pas is doing in the back half of the dungeon, though. Struggled with the dark rooms a little bit, but after that, this sort of final area when the screen gets more red, it's kind of tough to deal with some of this stuff, but is moving well through this section.
All right, picked up the hearts. Not bad. Now the good news is a lot of these rooms you don't have to fight anything. So I think that's working out really well in their favor. I think they're more confident with the jumping than in the fighting. Like this room has got these 3 flies, but who cares? You don't have to fight them.
It's got these platforms. Ooh, this is going to be close.
Easy every time. There we go. They're making it to the boss in their first attempt. So they were stuck on the previous dungeon for a while, but a lot of that also was an issue with just there was a lot of cruel traps in the end of that dungeon.
Yeah, and the dark room, it catches everyone out a little bit, but I think particularly Je me pense pas just had trouble processing, something about taking away that visual information was just really hurting his ability to sort of make decisions in that room.
Doing a great job here with freezing the flies and then very efficiently killing them. Yeah, so I think we might chalk some of this up. I think that they probably won't have too much difficulty finishing this once they figure out the trick to the boss. I think that, the last dungeon was just an unfortunate combination of just their weaknesses. That you had a lot of combat rooms that were very frustrating. You had a very annoying final room that had several tricks and traps to it. So perhaps they'll surprise us all and have a fairly quick clear here on dungeon number 4.
Oh, this is not nearly enough time.
Yeah, you really have to jump before the tile rises. And that's maybe a little bit tricky to get into your head.
Yeah, Sophie, we saw the intentional potion strats. And it worked out. The potion is just such a huge boon when there's so much seemingly unavoidable damage that you just kind of have to take as you move around that room, and how little health the game gives you, right? I think if you're playing perfectly, you can still only get 5 hearts from the checkpoint, so that's really not a lot.
Oh, I think Pence got a little bit greedy there. They have a strategy for this first room that really works. That they kill one ostrich and then they run until the other ostrich breaks its chase. But got a little bit greedy, thought, I'll just jump and I'll get this ostrich early, and that picked a really bad time for it.
My stream skipped, so I missed the epic duel with the ostrich, but
yeah, I think we've got a couple of racers here who their streaming setups have a little bit of hiccups to them. See, so here we see smart play here. There's all these snakes here, but Pence recognizes I don't have to fight any of them. I can just run by them and then ignore them completely. That's a really good heads up there. There's a strong temptation for a lot of players to fight everything they see, so recognizing what you can ignore and then ignoring it, that's good play there. All right.
Nicely done. This is going to be close, but it's going to... it's just been like a couple frames off.
Yeah, they really have to pick up on... You have to make that first jump a lot earlier. I think that might have been a case of misjudging how many yo-yos it takes to kill an ostrich. I think they were expecting 4 as the magic number, and they didn't quite pick up on it.
Yeah, that or really badly lost the attack rhythm. From further away, it's kind of a slower, like bop 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 or something like that, and So if you miss a bop, it's a whole nother, longer bop before you attack again. And in that time, it's already on top of you. That probably put you in hit stun, and I'm not sure if that actually, changes your ability to attack or not, but it gets really bad sometimes. A really small input timing mistake can have huge consequences just in a situation like that.
So the one thing here that'll really help is if they find that secret room, and it's really not obvious here. Didn't even bother jumping on this bottom tile. It's surprising, because I would think that at least you would jump on the tile in case it hid something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I jumped on it, and then it didn't do anything, and then I never jumped on it again. I should have been more suspicious. Obviously, I've seen other people do it now, so of course I'm thinking about it, but when I take a look at this room and I just see this tile down there, you gotta figure it's there for something, because it's really truly there for nothing otherwise, and it really shouldn't be.
And then another little bit of a confusing detail there. Jumping across the water at the same time as the ostrich. Since you're in the air and the game considers, you can't get hit while you're in the air, confusingly enough, that lets you skip past the ostrich without taking damage.
Gets tagged by the flies, so cannot get hit again.
Yeah, that room's a little bit difficult. Those flies are pretty obnoxious enemies, despite the fact that they're pretty heavily deterministic. That's possibly one of the things that's a lot better in this dungeon, is that the previous dungeon had those dodos and those monkeys. The dodos and the monkeys are just random. They just hop randomly all over the place. Whereas this dungeon is almost all deterministic enemies. That you can find a solution, and then you just execute it the same way every time, and you're good to go.
You got leapt on by one of those skelly ostriches. But is consistently at least getting out of that room.
Yeah, they have a good strategy for these first couple of rooms that's been working. I was convinced that there's nothing worth checking out in that previous room.
Gonna go straight up the gut and get past all those flies. Now, that's a bit late, but it's good enough. I am a little bit hurt to see them not jump out to one of those side blocks, though. Those hearts could make a really big difference.
They might be worried that trying to turn is just is gonna cost them just a little bit too much time.
Yeah, I can understand it.
It's a big plus too.
Oh, just barely gets tagged by that fly.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an art to deciding when to jump. You've got all these tile-based jumps to make, and so there's really only one choice of which way to go, but you really do have to think about enemies coming at you and projectiles coming after you, because it frequently makes sense to postpone just a little bit so that you can jump over an enemy or jump over a projectile that's coming at you. So there's still a little bit of technique, I think, to be learned. Alright, that was a good jump. I think that was good timing there. Alright, second attempt at the boss.
Yeah, 3 hearts. If Jim Ponspawn goes left, I think 3 hearts might be enough to hit that left switch and kind of see how this boss works. Yeah, trying to attack those makes sense. I'm pretty sure I tried that at some point.
And something killed him.
I think they might have like jumped into the water at some point based off of the one frame I saw of their spirit leaving their body.
But no, that's a logical first place to start, that you tried attacking the boss, nothing happened. Next, you try attacking the unusual looking object in the room with the boss, the thing that you've never seen before. Got another room here that you take your time. You just book it onto the left. You grab those hearts. As long as you keep moving, you really aren't likely to get hit in this room. Gonna pick up the bolas.
One thing I never figured out is if you're pause buffering your jumps, or not pause, but if you're just buffering your inputs as you're jumping across, is there like a frame or more where you're actually vulnerable on the block, or are you kind of always considered jumping and you're always safe?
No, there are a couple of frames where you are vulnerable.
A couple of frames is all it takes to be late on these jumps across these sinking platforms.
Yeah, that was way too early of a jump there. They should have recognized that wasn't going to work. I think we saw some of the other racers. They would make that first jump, and then they would almost immediately realize I jumped too late there, and they would instead jump back to safety as opposed to trying to complete the transition.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that would help out is realizing that the bolas are a trap, that the bolas don't buy you anything. Because those bolas are another kind of a cruel trap there, because you hit this tile and then you think, oh, I should go back and get those.
Why would they give you a weapon that has no use against the upcoming boss?
It's just cruel traps all the way down with this game.
Like, I guess there's like the enemies in that room and the room after, but like, oh no, that's way too much hesitation. Has yet to discover the buffering of inputs.
I don't think it's even the buffering of the inputs. I think the biggest issue there is just you have to make that first jump a lot earlier. And it's really difficult to train yourself to jump before the platform comes.
This is a shame too, because every time you die before the boss, it's one attempt that you don't have to experiment on the boss and figure out what's going on.
But for the most part, they have these rooms pretty well down. Oh, wait, what was that? Did they lose it?
Yeah, sometimes they're jumping, but it just seems to like not want to come out. That they were hesitating a little bit on the triple jumps across. I wonder if maybe Ponspawn's starting to experiment with buffering the button, but is just holding it down and expecting it to go when you have to release and repress at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Pure guess at this point. Ooh, that was a really good jump, but gets tagged by the fire, unfortunately, and is maybe... No, we're not going to find the switch.
But that's another attempt, a little more experimentation there. And I think they're probably feeling pretty confident, too, that they got to that boss so quickly that they're thinking, yeah, that must be the end. So they've got the snake jumps down in the first room. And I think they've got a pretty good strategy here for the skeleton ostrich room. Yeah, that's a good strategy. They can clear that room without a hit pretty efficiently. This room's pretty easy for them. They know the trick. First snake's the only one who ever even threatens them. Oop, getting a little gutsy there, jumping across, but gets the snake. Oop, a little quick there, should have taken out the octopus. Not even going to look at that bottom tile.
Yeah, not going to even be thinking about what's going on with the bottom part of that room. I did quick check in on what's going on with Jackazam versus Withheld, their Giant Tupa match. They're net playing Monopoly, I think.
Yep,
So,
that sounds like Giant Troopa.
and that's not being restreamed on an official capacity, but if you want to see that, you could check out Withheld's stream currently. You can multi-twitch it, so you can keep track of what's going on both, because we're going to stick it out here. Kushima Pawn Spawn. I could see a clear coming, potentially, on this continue. 4 lives, possible.
Oop, takes a death there. Unfortunately, that's one room before the checkpoint, so that is going to be a start the dungeon over.
Oh my gosh. I spoke too soon. Now these snakes are all crazy. Okay.
Yeah, I think the big thing right now that's holding up Penspawn is having a trouble with the jumps across those 3 sinking tiles. That's eaten up an awful lot of lives. And the other issue is there's a couple of hearts that they can pick up. There's hearts in the first 3 tile room. There's the potion hidden in this room. If they were to find either of those, that would be a huge benefit to them. But they haven't found either of those things. And they've written off that room, saying there's just no point in searching it.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty surprising if we saw Juan Spawn find the potion at this point. And the longer this goes on, I think almost the less likely I think it is we're going to see Juan Spawn try to jump to one of these other squares. Like you're just so tunnel visioned on the boss and everything that leads up to that is the hard part that you're getting stuck on, that needs to be addressed, that everything else tends to fade, I find.
Yeah, it's you get into a mentality of, I don't want to be experimenting anymore, I need to be executing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm also seeing a little bit of forgetfulness come out here, that like forgetting that you want to jump on the left tile before the right tile, even though it's the closer tile.
Yeah, and some of this is that we must be coming up on almost the 3-hour mark now, right?
Yeah, it's almost 3 hours into this race. Oh, that fly.
The diagonal.
Attacks from diagonal. I think that there may have been a mentality there that, no, once I'm above the flies, they can't get me anymore.
Definitely part of it was they expected the fly to keep moving right, and so they threw out an attack, and then they need 2 hits to kill, so the second attack was kind of already queued up in their mind. Maybe if you had really good reactions, you could withhold that second attack, but, whatever. They threw out the second attack, and then the problem is the attack takes a while. The yo-yo comes out, the yo-yo comes back, and in that time, there's no chance to react to the fly moving into you. Oh, these fireballs just barely gonna miss once they chase down from above. That's the one spawn where you gotta watch out a little bit in this room.
Alright, once again reaching the boss room, but still pretty low on health here. Only 3 hearts.
Once again, mouse cursor on screen, channeling that positive energy.
Alright, they make it past the tiles, and this is going to be another shot at the boss. So they've done this a couple of times. They're going to throw a bunch of bolas here.
No flash, no sound.
But maybe they're thinking it's the boss is just not reacting. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen a game where you could throw attacks at a boss and nothing would happen. That was a race between me and Pika Pals. We were racing a bootleg version of A Link to the Past on the NES. And the final boss gives no indication that he's taking damage. And so why would any veteran A Link to the Past player think that you were supposed to shoot 50 silver arrows at Ganon and he reacts absolutely in the least until you kill him with the 50th arrow?
Wow. Also, the boss, the sort of fire little things that come out of the boss, I could see those being interpreted as like pieces flying off of it when you're hitting him.
It could be. That could be. It'll be interesting once they're done to get their feedback on what they thought. Alright, got rid of the octopus. They made it through 2 rooms with no damage. They're going to pick up this slingshot. I don't think they've used that slingshot a single time in all the times that they've gone through this.
Yeah, I'm not sure I ever even used it. I might have fired it once. I didn't think it was very impressive.
I think this might be the only place you get the slingshot.
It sounds right to me.
Oh, narrowly clears that room.
One of the hardest things is going one tile in one direction, then turning and going one tile that direction.
Yeah, if you haven't buffered the input, then you have that awkward pause where you're trying to turn.
And then you start holding the other direction to buffer that input, but you never actually started moving, so now you're standing on the square moving the wrong way, so you gotta start moving the right way again for 8 frames.
It's a slow motion disaster of these flies coming towards you and you're trying to decide.
Again, the duration of the yo-yo coming out and coming back, freezing you in place. It's not long at all, but it's just long enough to matter in a lot of situations.
And the randomness of this clock really hurting as well, that sometimes it freezes the flies completely, and then we just see a masterful extermination of just beeline to those flies, killing them with the exact 2 strokes you need. And then other times it just slows them down for like 2.5 seconds, and all it does is it just throws off all of your reactions because everything is moving at a different speed than you're used to. And I think those 2 hearts on the left, those are the only hearts that that Pence has found in this whole dungeon. Hasn't found any other way of increasing health. That at the way that they're going right now, that they can never reach this boss with more than 5 hearts, because they simply haven't found any other hearts in this dungeon.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be good enough to get across.
Yep, there was a good jump there. Well timed. Alright, so they tried throwing 40 bolas at the boss, and that didn't seem to do anything.
Here we go, up. Oh, okay. I've done this. I've seen the fire coming, and my math runs my head runs the math on like, alright, jump left, I'm still gonna die. Jump in place, I'm gonna die. Jump right, I'm still gonna die. What's left? And I just jump up into the water, and it turns out that's death too, but it was the one calculation my brain wasn't sure of, and so thought, why don't we just try this?
You'd think that if Mike Jones was planning to spend an entire summer vacation with his uncle in the islands, he would have bothered to learn to swim first.
What's there even to? It's an island.
I mean, like, what else were you thinking? You go fishing, you cruise around in the submarine, and you go swimming.
Yeah, honestly, expecting the submarine is a pretty big expectation as well.
Well, no, it's in your uncle's letter that he wrote to you that's included in the instruction manual. He tells you that you'll get to cruise around on his super submarine.
Oh, he mentions it, doesn't he? You're right. Well,
That was a mistake.
Time to jump across the platforms.
Yeah, and I think the mentality there is just you commit, you jump, you commit. Some of our other racers, they have a little bit maybe faster reflexes that they'll realize, oh, I made a mistake, let's back off. It's also annoying when you freeze these enemies is that they can be off of their tiles, and so that creates sort of a confusion where you think, oh, I need to move one more tile to get them, but no, they're like 1/8 of a wing onto the tile, and that's enough to take damage.
Unfortunately, it took 2 hits, so it's going to get up to 3, picking up the 2 hearts on the left. And boy, I sure don't think I could do this boss with 3 hearts.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, and still, we're at a point here where they haven't even found one of the switches. Yeah, they're still in this mentality that these bolas gotta be for something.
I think I was still picking these up for... Oh, that's not going to work.
Yeah, that was not even close. Way too late.
Pretty sure I went back and got these bolas a couple of times after I really should have known the boss. They weren't going to do anything to the boss.
Yeah, because at that point, when you pick up the bolas, you really don't want to fight any more enemies. But I mean, there's always the idea that, well, maybe there's something after the boss. Maybe I'll want these bolas when I have to fight 37 monkeys in the room after the boss.
Yeah. It's clearly only better to have the bolas than to not have the bolas. It might not be much better at all, but it's not worse, and it could be better.
They mouse off of the stream. They lose inputs. Maybe they're taking a moment to reevaluate why they joined this race. Why they decided to play as a baseball pitcher wandering around pitch black caves against the better judgment. Moves like he's got banana peels that's taped to his shoes. He's confronting nightmarish ostriches. And then a boss that can eat 40 bolas for lunch and still has room for dessert.
He's gonna get past the flies with that half a heart.
Yeah, these 3 tile rooms are absolutely a weakness. Gets through the first one. I wonder if they might get in their head that they need the baseball bat or the slingshot in order to defeat the boss. Could they have considered that this game is so depraved that it would make you take an item from the first half of the dungeon to defeat the boss? There's another one incorrectly thinking that the monster is an extra tile up.
Yeah, well, also part of that I might have been just holding. Well, they did turn, I think, so they should have been saved by that sort of 8-frame startup to actually move up into that tile.
Yeah, that is one minor saving grace, is that you don't tend to walk onto tiles when you don't want to. You're much more likely to fail to walk onto a tile. was hoping that they were going to hit Muddy there. You can kill Muddy if you hit him with the yo-yo, and then he just leaves you alone for the rest of the room.
And often while you are jumping, you've got no reason why you wouldn't be just, throwing the yo-yo out.
There we go. Good timing on that jump. Had plenty of spare time.
Okay. Has found a switch. The switch has done something.
That's just a little bit more knowledge in the bank that they think I've managed to get a little bit further on this boss than I was before.
It's really mean. They give you so few hearts, but they give you the sign with like the plus lives. But I feel like the lives are just... I really don't care, right? Like I would so much rather have a full 6 hearts than a couple of tries at 3 or 4 hearts, right?
You would really just rather it be a normal heart. A normal heart would be far more welcome. But the bolas caused them to take another hit, going back for those. But they're going to make it to the boss room, assuming that they get this jump down. No, that was way, way too early. They jumped a little bit too early there. They were hoping to jump across to that tile, and it didn't happen.
I do like the thought of the straight up jump to get over their projectiles there, but just a little bit mistimed. Came down on top of it. And is down to 3 hearts, which is just so hard to work with this boss.
There we go. They got
again.
Oh,
the jump just didn't come out. I'm guessing what Je me pense bon is doing is pressing the button once as soon as they land on the square, and they pressed it too early, weren't holding it when the opportunity to jump came, and then let go of it once that opportunity was there, and then the jump just didn't come.
Yeah, it might be an issue with they are pause buffering and they're just messing up the buffer. They really need to do is they need to find that potion. I think that potion would be just a colossal help for them. Although even then, if they have the potion, they still have to get to the boss without dying. All right, they've got it to the mentality of I don't need the bolas. That's a good idea.
I think that's gonna work, but needed absolutely perfect timing to get across. If I remember right, I think if you're buffering the inputs, you can just go as soon as you scroll onto the screen, you can just go and you'll make it.
That might be possible.
It's definitely not something you feel comfortable trying when you've got, you're trying to use all of your attempts as wisely as you can to learn how the boss is going to work.
That's not something I think you'd see a player doing a blind race, but if you figured that out, that would make that room really consistent, and that would let you put more energy into fighting the boss.
Yeah, I guess, you might see someone do it in a blind race if they felt like, okay, I'm not going to get it this time, right? I'm going to need a couple more tries against this boss. And it's going to be so many tries that being able to do this room consistently on each of those future tries, it's worth getting this information.
Ce serait même correct. Ouais, c'est le jeu. Alors c'est parti pour Lotus Challenge 2003.
It's the -1 life there. Good jump over the fireballs.
Yeah, I really like the hesitation there.
So at this point, they made it through everything damageless, and they're still at that 3 initial hearts.
And this is one of those things where if Shimopanspan was doing what Soapy did and went and got a full health refill at the start, that would have been 6.
Yeah, so that is one thing I'm surprised that we haven't seen them try. You can leave the dungeon, go back to Miracola, and get yourself a swig of coconut milk. Yeah, they're kind of tunnel visioned right now that they can reach the boss. That was not even close.
Oh.
Yeah.
I agree. It's tough because sometimes the times when you most need the benefits that you can get from thinking creatively, right? Thinking maybe there's a secret in this dungeon I'm missing. Think maybe I can leave and go find something that will help me and then come back, right? These sorts of ideas, I think, are going to help you the most in exactly this situation, where you keep running your head against a wall and you just don't quite have enough to get through. But I think it's also the time when you're most likely to be stubborn about it and just keep trying and not be willing to explore and try those other things.
Yeah, you reach a point in a lot of races when you're playing a game that you replay a segment a lot, a game where you either have to die a lot and you replay a segment, or you have a game over and you have to start a level over. You quickly have to put yourself in one of two mentalities. One mentality is you decide, I know what I'm doing, I just have to execute better. And the other mentality is, I need to look for new strategies. And at some point you have to pick one of those two. And so it's good that you commit to something, because otherwise you can get into a situation where you keep waffling between those and that you're never really executing well, nor are you finding things, because you're not putting enough effort into one or the other. Who barely dodges that fly. Just not hitting any of these tiles.
Yeah, their very first time through that room, you pointed out their hesitation on the other side. Like, wait, there were some things I missed. And then the next time they were there, they didn't try, and now they've been through that room the same way 10 or 11 times. It's just kind of ingrained in them. This is how I do that room. I just jump straight across. I guess maybe I'm gonna check. I just noticed in the top right corner, one Blasphemous Roar is currently streaming to their channel with, I think, the stream title Startropics Blind Segmented Race Part 1. So maybe doing a bit of an asynchronous. Let me pop over and see how it's going.
All right. Maybe heard some positive word of mouth from some of the completed racers, and they told him that he has to participate as well.
Well, either Roar finished, or the title on Discord was lying to me, because he's currently playing F-Zero. One heart left now for Jean-Paul Spawn. can get up to 3, but is not even going to get the chance. Gets picked off by Muddy.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage in those muddy rooms recently. On your first attempt through there, that might actually be a useful place to use the slingshot. If Muddy lands in a spot where you can hit him with the slingshot, just give him a slingshot stone and that would get rid of him. Alright, makes it through that time without taking damage.
And we saw a couple attempts ago is perfectly willing to skip the bola at this point. Nope, going back for it. Takes a hit. Oh, I was about to say we might see our first 5 hard attempt at this boss.
Yeah, it's still been a lot of struggle. That I'm kind of surprised that that we haven't seen some confidence in the timing of these jumps, because there's a lot of segments where they seem to just jump in very early. Okay.
I liked the hesitation to try to jump over all of the projectiles coming, but they all come in a line when you're over there. It's just not something you can do. But maybe Je me pense pas picked up on that, and so that's just one more thing they know now about this boss.
Alright, so it's good to see that they hit the switch and that they picked up on, alright, one switch down. There must be a second one. So I think they've got the kind of the form of the boss fight in their mind now. So then this is another thing that happens a lot in these blind races. You've figured out one part of the fight. You know, I have to hit 2 switches and you know where one of the switches are. The next kind of a trap that you can fall into is that on your next attempt you say, okay, let me hit the switch I know about, then look for the one that I don't know about. That's a trap that you absolutely want to think, oh, I need to look for the second switch first. That's the better way to do it, because then you're using your limited attempts to find the new information before wasting your time on the information you've already figured out. So we'll see if they pick up on that next time and they go for the right side first. That would be the ideal strategy.
Oh, hesitated a little bit on one of the blocks, and yeah, gets hit by one of those trailing projectiles.
Still going to take those bolas. Yeah, there's a lot of tunnel vision going into this. I'm seeing a lot of doing things the same way each time, even when they're not the way you want to do it.
The first jump was good, but again, mistiming the jumps, which is really unfortunate because they don't have to be timed at all.
Yeah, I don't think that they're buffering. I think they're trying to jump as soon as they land. Alright, so they got the strategy for the ostrich room. That's good. I feel like overall this is a lot less frustrating dungeon than the previous one. The previous dungeon with those multiple rooms that were just full of a bunch of monkeys, those are really obnoxious. It's total chaos.
Yeah, but at least those were kind of front-loaded. I feel like the boss is total chaos here, and it's all the way at the end of the dungeon, too. Nice sort of trading places with the ostrich. Not sure how intentional it was, but it worked out beautifully.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of resistance towards trying to do things in a different way. We found a strategy that works, and it's just an incredible resistance to doing anything differently. Just thinking, all I have to do is keep doing this thing the same way over and over, but I just do it slightly better timing, and that'll get me through, and I'll win. And I do want to reiterate to everybody watching this stream, this is a very difficult game. That if you've never played this game before and you're watching this and saying, man, how is this taking so long? I encourage you to play this game yourself and see just how difficult this is.
Yeah, I think the rest of the people in the race were kind of on the faster end of what most people would be if they were playing the game, and maybe kind of undersold the difficulty a little bit.
Yeah, as a child, this was the last dungeon I could beat by myself. I couldn't beat the next dungeon without help.
Who was your helper? Who would come in and save the day?
I had a friend who, he and his mother would play games together, and they were very good at them. And so I loaned it to him, and he played for a bit, and he caught up with it. And there was actually one frantic evening where I was called up because there was a certain element of the game that we will see in the next goal that they couldn't get past, and realize that, oh, we had something important they needed.
I love those sorts of stories.
All right, we made it through the first half of the goal, undamaged.
Yeah, it feels so mean to play so well for so long and still only have 3 hearts to show for it, right?
Yeah, so to contrast, in the previous dungeon, we were getting a bunch of stars from the monkeys. They were dropping a bunch of hearts. I don't think we've seen a single heart drop in all of the attempts that we've made on this dungeon so far. That just the enemy drop rates are abysmally low through the majority of the game.
Oh man, getting hit going back for the bola.
All right. All right, good timing. All right. Yeah, they're going for the left.
Ooh, the jump in place gets over the fire. That was really well done to still have an extra heart here. Gotta say. Yeah, I was gonna try something out of desperation. The slingshot, I guess, has a really limited range. I never knew.
Yeah, the slingshot is not a very good weapon, and it's a surprise that it's really a surprise it's in the game, because it really doesn't give you that much. I think this is the only dungeon where you get it. It sucks for range. I think its damage is okay, but I mean, there's like 3 enemies you would use it on. In fact, I think the only enemies that you want to kill in this back half of this dungeon are the 3 flies in that one room. Also, I think they picked up an extra star, and it was just enough to get them an extra heart. So they had 1 extra heart here, but then they lost it.
There's the bull, flies coming in the projectiles, gets tagged, turning a corner, so it's still not going to be a 5-heart attempt on the boss. But Juma Ponswan did a lot with 4 hearts last attempt, gotta say.
Oh my god, that was... Holy cow! I don't think they thought that they were going to survive it.
Yeah, and if that was not a buffered jump, that must have just been like a perfect jump, right? So. Right,
yeah, so here they're really in a trap that they keep hitting this first switch. I mean, unless their assumption is that the first switch does something, like you can't hit the switches out of order.
Alright, we haven't seen the right side yet, so of course, gonna try here. It's not where they need to be, but I would be shocked if they went anywhere else. It's just so natural to try there first. And now it's the scary stuff. The only squares left are all around the boss. The boss is attacking from all sorts of angles. There's no way you could react to any of those shots while you're that close, but that is what you gotta do.
Yeah, Zenik pointing out, we had mentioned this too, that this dungeon has a lot of weapons. Like I think there's very few dungeons in this game where you will manage to fill all of your weapon slots. This is a very rare exception where you can do that. And it's ironic because the boss is immune to every single one of those weapons. It's just an absolutely cruel tease.
So got the bolus safely.
I think this might be the most life that they've made it to the boss with yet.
Well, let's not speak too soon. These triple platforms have still been a problem.
Good timing.
Good.
A little hesitation on the dismount, but they get it. All right, they're taking a moment. They're breathing in, breathing out. They got 5 hearts.
Getting to the switch without getting hit is very good. Oh, it's going in. Yeah, go, 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 explore it. No.
Oh.
Yeah, just displaying an unwillingness to jump
And
towards the boss. And of course, right? It's a big darn boss that's taking up all that space.
I mean, the location of that second switch it's yet another really cruel position that you've seen a lot of enemies that you think, no, I wasn't in that hitbox, but you get hit anyways.
Yeah, it's a total. I'm pretty sure the sprite of the boss pokes into the square that you need to step on, and it would be a very fair assumption to just assume all those squares are occupied by the boss. You get hit if you touch them. I mean, the process of elimination after you try all the other squares has got to get you thinking about it, but I understand the hesitation.
It's a heart from that octopus. Still not even going to check out that bottom tile. Not even going to jump on it once.
Spawn is so far beyond deviating from what has become the routine at this point. Oh, just went right in on that one.
Yeah.
That I think is I've been playing this game for 3.5 hours plus, and it's just starting to weigh on me a little bit.
Yeah, thinking that maybe you bit off a little bit more than you can chew.
Oh, interesting. Spawn asking straight up in race chat. Alright, how do I damage the last boss? So they're still thinking of damage being the goal. Where is the right one? Very tempting to respond that the right switch is on the right. Ooh, and the bonus info of the potion delivered just perhaps a little bit too late to actually get it on this attempt, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and give them. There's some players who they may struggle with execution, but you get that guide, and maybe that guide is what pulls you through. Because we really do like it when players will share that information among each other. Don't hesitate to ask for help, because we don't have any issue with players asking for hints. There's a reason why a lot of these games, they got big spreads in Nintendo Power where they gave you the maps and they said, here's the locations of all 152 hidden potions that you'd never find if you didn't read this magazine.
Yeah, and it's because of stuff like that, honestly, that a lot of the stuff went into video games in the first place, right? They were like, it's not really reasonable to expect someone to actually find this on their own, but we're still going to put it in. And ultimately, what we really want is for everyone to have fun. So if you're not having fun and there's a way where you could be having more fun, and if that way is asking for help, then definitely go ahead.
Yeah, so there's other races where we're a lot more strict about it. Our mystery tournament races and things. Those ones are strictly, no, you don't get a hint. You can ask your opponent for a hint and you're good. But here we are, we're at the end of the race, we're trailing behind, we're ready to finish this up. It's perfectly reasonable to ask for a hint.
Though for some people, the fun is in not having the hint, right? Is in doing it all on my own, and even if it took them 5 hours, they would have more fun doing it their way for 5 hours than the hint.
All right, that was a narrow jump there.
Sure was. 4 hearts, not too bad. Beelines it for that square. And again, Je me pense pas jumping around on some of these squares. Well, that was probably their worst attempt, honestly. But in previous attempts, some really good dodges. Some situations I thought surely they're gonna get hit here, and they didn't. They're doing really well on that front.
So you made the comment before about is there an opportunity to get hit between jumps? Yes, there's a pretty big margin there where you're falling and you get hit by an enemy. But it still is, you're jumping all the time. That just means that there's a larger percentage of your frames that are being spent in the air, and that as long as you keep doing that, there's a good chance that you dodge things by luck just by virtue of being in the air so much.
So I think the thought that General Ponspawn has is, when I hit these 2 switches, the boss is going to become vulnerable, and then I can kill it. And that's why I need these bowls.
Oh, it was getting their timing down a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
And then this room is just, it's random. Sometimes the clock just stops them completely for forever, and other times it just slows them down for just a fraction of a second, and there's just nothing. There's just no consistency.
Ooh. Really quick jump over some projectiles. Gonna hold on to this attempt long enough to get to these hearts.
Yeah, I think this is going to mostly just boil down to getting to the boss room and just jumping the pattern to the tiles and just hoping that you can get through it. Oh, just narrowly avoids that fly. I think you go into this room and you're not even thinking about the fly. You're just focused on the tiles, so sometimes the fly just happens to get you and you think, where the heck did that come from?
Okay, was down to 1 heart at one point on this run through the dungeon. He has turned it into at least a chance at this boss. Again, so difficult to deal with these projectiles. Especially right there. Once you're in that position up on the top left, all of the shots come straight at you, and you need just a really rare pattern where sometimes some shots just don't come out at all, and then maybe you can sort of weave in between, and then aside from that, you need speed and timing. You need to sort of get in and out while the boss has just attacked elsewhere, and sort of before the next wave of attacks comes in.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're back at the start here. Let's see if they find the hidden room with the potion.
Yeah, I'm not sure if their attention stayed on race chat after they got the information
No,
that he needed.
maybe they're done. Well, the good news is they know how to fight the boss. Oh, this room. Ah. Oh my God!
Fly? How?
Oh my
so
God! That's so beautiful.
You can just
Oh my
attack
God!
these, you know, you don't have to do this. Definitely don't fight anything you don't have to, but at the same time, sometimes it's just easier to deal with them.
Oops, I think they pushed the wrong button there. They pushed an A when they meant to push a B. Now, another thing that sometimes comes up, I think they're taking an intentional death here. Another thing that sometimes comes up that we don't think about, sometimes people are playing on different hardware as well. It's possible that they're playing on a keyboard, which that could also explain some of what's going on. I know that we've seen a couple of races from players that were like, yeah, they struggle a little bit with the buttons. And you realize, no, they're trying to play a Nintendo 64 game on a keyboard and mouse. And suddenly your mentality changes from, wow, they're struggling to, oh my God, I couldn't do that.
Right. Absolutely. Oh. Hesitation. Thinking about something. And there we go.
All right, that's going to get him a free potion.
And also, I mean, this has been kind of a rough experience, so I'm not sure. I don't know if Shima Ponswan's going to come back for week 2. I hope so. But if they do, they've got an idea of the kinds of secrets that there are in this game now, because certainly there will be other screen transitions hidden just like that.
Yeah, there's a couple of them we'll talk about that a lot of us had to struggle to keep quiet about in your playthrough, because there were a couple of parts where you're like, man, this dungeon is so unfair. I don't have any hearts. And all of them are like, except for he missed the 3 heart rooms at the beginning, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this does add one level of complexity to it. Previously, it was just do your best, just jump across the platforms, don't think about much else. Now we have an additional point where you got to think about how many hearts you have, because you've got to do all the platforming, because if you miss a jump, you're going to die and lose your potion. But you also need to think about, too, that if you get hit by an enemy, you need to be thinking about, okay, I'm down to 1 heart. I definitely need to drink my potion now. So hopefully that doesn't throw them off.
It dropped a heart, but was just kind of out of position, not able to pick it up and make use of that really fortunate luck. Imagine if Shima Ponswan picked up that heart, had 4 hearts, went up here, got these hearts, had a full 6 and a potion.
All right, so now we're pretty healthy, but we do have one more obstacle. We've got the 3-tile jump, and that's been a problem. And unfortunately, if you fall in the drink, you lose that potion.
Yeah, this the lava here, or whatever this is, does not care how many hearts you have. And also, you can waste a lot of time jumping around in this boss fight, and if you play like you have the hearts that you have, you can just hit all of the objectives with impunity and get through. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing, jumping around, hesitating, dodging. So it's going to need some skillful play and some good timing.
All right.
Okay.
Drink it. All right, let's go drink the potion. There we go.
This has got to be it.
This is it. You just got to go for it. Just damage boost. Although I think part of it too is you think you're going by the knowledge that this is the end. I think that they still were in the mentality of what if there's a phase 2?
Yeah, this is how the boss becomes vulnerable. Now I have to attack it, right? And maybe even hit the buttons again to make him vulnerable again at some point. But now that's it.
All right.
That's the whole thing.
Just don't make a missed input. All right, you made it through. You go up the stairs.
So they took a total of 5 hearts, right? They came in with 4, lost those 4, and then 1 more. So only 5 damage.
And there it is. They've made it out. There is the dot done, and finishes with an SRL time of 3 hours, 53 minutes, 37 seconds. Well done. That is another clear. I think we had exactly 1 forfeit in this race, so that's actually extremely good. 10 players playing this goal and completing it. I mentioned before, this is a really challenging game. As a child, this was the last dungeon I was able to defeat. The next dungeon was just a little bit too much for me, just a little bit too long, just a little bit too hard. So hopefully we will see these players joining us again next week. So that was a struggle, but we saw triumph. That's the level of triumph that just gives you that boost. It's going to take you through the rest of the day. You're going to think, man, I did it. I challenged myself and I succeeded. So that is the end of our broadcast here, folks. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for the co-commentary experience of Mythical 9.
Yeah, it's always my pleasure, and Startropics is a really cool game.
And I think we'll especially be seeing some of that coming up next week as we get to some of the more challenging dungeons. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how my experiences stack up against everyone else's. So far, everyone seems to be doing better at sniffing out some of these secrets, so maybe I'll see some of the hard stuff I struggled with be not so hard when you're able to keep an open mind and stop and look around a little bit more.
All right. So we will be doing part 2 of the Startropics race next Sunday at 2 p.m. EDT. We might do it a little bit later too. I need to follow up on some of this SRL 3 Season 3 stuff going on because it sounds like this race is kind of slightly inconveniently early for that. So we might shift it a little bit later. But we will have that coming up next week. And then we will also, excuse me, we've also got some stuff coming up next week. Next Saturday at 4 p.m., Blasphemous Roar is going to be hosting a special event. I believe it's going to be a bunch of Argentinian game developers have provided him some keys for some games. So if you're interested in playing a couple of professionally developed games by some independent developers, be sure to join us here next week, Saturday, around 4 p.m. EDT, or I think we're in EST now. We're in standard time. No, savings time. Whichever it is, it's daylight savings. If you'll join us again next Saturday at 4 p.m., we're going to have a special race with a bunch of independent developers providing games. And then we'll do part 2 of Startropics. So I think we're going to do a raid right now. We're going to go ahead and we're going to raid Bug Doctor. He's playing some Mario RPG right now. But Bug Doctor is actually the world record holder for Startropics, and he's periodically does attempts on Startropics and Startropics 2, which he's picked up recently. So let's go ahead and say hello. We'll watch some Mario RPG, and we can let him know that we've been experiencing the joy of Startropics as a blind race. So thank you everybody for joining us here on the Mystery Funhouse. We hope you had fun. We hope you'll join us again, and we hope that you'll join us next week for part 2 of the race. Thank you everybody, and have a good evening.